Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings and good night and good day, family. It is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans, Tours and Investment. And I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis from Kala Genesis Radio and Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we're the dynamic duos that make up Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, the kings of Pan-Africanism. And we're here to give you some good leadership, some good direction, always some good updates, and just keep that union from America to Africa, Africa to America, as we build with our brothers and sisters around the Pan-African world and looking to build us great nationhood. And my brother Kala Genesis is going to break it down in the form of Afrikstan. So let me get into the topic, family. So tonight we're here to talk about Journey to the Promised Land, Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th, 2024. The Afrikstan analysis. So family, Journey to the Promised Land. So what I want to do is I want to show you the Journey to the Promised Land. All right, so that is Journey to the Promised Land. And other part of the title is the Reconnection and Investment Tour. So what me and Kala is organizing, we're organizing a connection journey. So our goal is to take you back, beyond over 200 years ago. So that's how far it's going to be, right? And then connect you to the modern day time, and we're going to talk about all of the importance and relevant connection, and just basically break down why we building this reconnection and making this journey to Liberia. So good day, my brother Kala Genesis. How you feeling tonight?
Feeling great. Had a long, productive day and everything like that, and just ready to do this show, ready to explain what we mean by the Promised Land. What does the Promised Land come from? Is something unique to African Americans, and the idea of a place that we can all share, and the Black man's Zion. And so, therefore, this ties into why Liberia was formed, and why our ancestors found paradise and created a citadel of hope and happiness, unlike any other place on the planet, where they basically didn't have to endure racism, brutality, and anything like that, and they could control their own destiny. And it was based on the Deuteronomy 11, which said that if you obey God's commandments, God will bless thy nation, like thy Israelites' children, a land of their own. And that's what the whole idea of Liberia was: a land for the the descendants of slaves to have refuge, not to suffer, but to finally have peace. Now, if we're still living in America and you're still talking about racism, white supremacy, and also like that, you are not living in the Promised Land. And so what I'm saying is reconnecting with Liberia and seeing why our ancestors built this nation. Why was this country hidden from us in history? And why did we choose America? Who was behind this? And why is it that the Black man in America is ostracized for wanting to have a land and a country of his own? Okay, so we're going to talk about that tonight, and also I'm going to talk about my novel, Journey to the Promised Land, because there's many parallels to what the characters in my book went through that some people go through today. The Exodus of 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina, both integrates American history, slavery, African history, and modern African history like no other story that I've ever told. So basically, the book is about the end of the Civil War, Reconstruction, the thoughts of the future of the Black race, and many basically things that were talked about during that time period. And also it predates this event. People don't know that the idea of returning to Africa was 200 years in the thought process, in the culture in Black America, and even some people in the Caribbean. The idea that as Black people became more westernized, Christianized in America, and modernized and educated and everything, they understood that if we're going to return to our land, then we have to basically build a new reality, a new society, the promised land, a new place where we can have refuge, we can be safe, we can have all those things. And so people, through our imagination, what's the one thing about the human imagination? You know, don't underestimate people's human imagination and idea of vision. So when people say, well, Carl's a fantasy, and folks like, well, there's a thin line between fantasy and reality. One person, if you don't act on your fantasy or what you believe, your visions and everything like that, and if it comes to truth, your fantasy and what you believe becomes a reality. For 200 years, there were Black people in intellectual circles thought about the idea of having a land of their own in the ancestry of their forefathers and foremothers for 200 years. And so this idea that people have that the United States just one day decided to send people to Liberia, or we call it Liberia, happen. No, this conversation was going on for 200 years, right? Since the first Africans were brought to the shores of America. There were Black people who thought about the idea of returning land. I remember there was this story in the 1500s about John Hawkins, who was a slave trader. He had a ship called Jesus, right? The good ship Jesus, right? Malcolm X told this story many times, right? And this was before 1619. And when the people came, when the Black people saw so much hardship in America, they hated it so much, right? They said they wanted the good ship Jesus to come and rapture them. So in Christianity, when they talk about the rapture, Jesus coming back or whatnot, what the Africans saw that as the good ship Jesus, or Jesus, called Jesus, but Jesus, the ship Jesus, coming to rapture them from America and take them back to their homeland. So this is nothing new. And this idea of us returning and building in Africa is not new. Okay, it's been here since the first Africans were brought here. Okay, now the whole idea of the Black leadership in America had been basically to do two things: basically convince us that we're Americans, that we should stay it out and everything. So to do that, you have to ignore lynchings, you have to ignore slavery, you have to ignore white racism and second-class citizenship and everything. Some Black people found that they could do that, right? So long as they have their little comfort and everything, or they make their peace with white people, but they know that so long as they have their little bit of happiness. And then there's some Black people, for a better word, say that I would be better if I didn't have to deal with this. So this idea that Black people, our ancestors loved racism, that they didn't think about fighting back against slavery, or they accepted Jim Crow, or they accepted all stuff just to be part of America, is a lie. It's a lie in history. And when I wrote this book, right, and I said, and I studied this history, and I said, I had no idea when I was doing my research how profound this movement was, even before Marcus Garvey. They make it seem like, oh, the Back to Africa building in Liberia was something that this Jamaican guy, Marcus Garvey, he put ideas into Black people's head, he misled them, and blah, blah, blah. That's not true. The idea of going to Africa, Liberia was supposed to be just a start, right? The real idea was to take the whole entire continent back, build new civilizations, education, and all stuff like that, build Africa into a power, just like America's, what we call a manifest destiny was, from sea, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. That was a white man's manifest destiny in North America, sea to shining sea. That means if you have to take land from the Indians, fine. You take land from Mexicans, fine. So long as you can get to Pacific, sea to shining sea. That was a dream of the European white man, to expand this continent, sea to shining sea. To the Black African nationalists, right, our manifest destiny was to return to Africa and basically build and expand all the way into the Congo and take Africa over and put it under black rule and throw out the Europeans, colonials, everything, and build a new civilization. That was the plan. That was a plan that predated Liberia. It didn't stop with Liberia. It came before Liberia. And that idea of building a black civilization, Africa, it goes beyond Liberia, and it's still in the hearts and minds of many black people today. It's just that now it's like we look at Black America, we look at the ghettos, we look at the just chaos and everything. This is not this civilization is not sustainable. It's sustainable. Black people fighting with black people not building families, the gender wars, all stuff like this right here. The idea of the promised land is where black men and black women can marry, build societies, and build civilization all over again and everything. Start all over again and love, peace, and brotherhood, and have what we call happiness. Can we actually say in America right now, black people are happy? No, we're not. If you say that black people in America are happy, you're lying to yourself. We see it all the time when give black people a TikTok, and you really let people know how to. America's so racist, white supremacy. You're not happy. You're not happy. The most unhappy people in America are the so-called Black Americans, right? That's why a lot of us lash out at black immigrants, because they come over here and they're happy. What are you also happy about? America's racist, America's racist, America's racist. All it is. Well, they're like, America gave me a visa. I came over here and I got a job. I got education. I put my kids to school and whatnot. I'm happy, you know? But the black person in America will never really be happy because of the history of slavery in America. No matter how much America success we have and everything, the history of slavery, and the fact of the matter is that we know that we did not come here voluntarily, and we're held here against our will, makes this idea that the idea of an exodus happening in America is going to be one day reality. Okay. So getting back to my book, right? In the 1870s, right, during the time of 1876, during the presidential election of Hayes and Tillman, the southern states were filibustering and would not let Rutherford B. Hayes. There was a discrepancy over the electoral college votes, right? The South, the Union troops were in the North, right? The South basically was a territory of the United States. Their state legislatures, all that were dissolved and everything. In that time period, right, there was two types of black people, right? There was black people who actually believed that the North would forever protect them and they could have their own voting districts and everything like that. The Thaddeus Stevens were going to remake the South and everything. And then there was black people during that time period, right, who said that they know white people. They know this country and everything, that the white people are never going to forget slavery, and they're going to one day retaliate. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened when the Union pulled out of the South, right? And before the Union pulled out, black people were terrorized by a domestic arm called the Ku Klux Klan. Everything terrorized into not voting, terrorized off their land, pushed into sharecroppers and all sorts of things. So black people said, okay, we got freedom, but we're still in slavery. So the people that basically told us, like Frederick Douglass told us to wait it out, the best place for you is in the South and everything. The Booker T. Washington said, you know, learn these skills and everything like that. You know, the South still needed black labor. They needed a black class of people laboring for them to make them wealthy and everything like that. Then there was a black people who said, it's time for us to leave, right? And the Liberia Exodus Association was probably the grandest event in black history, probably the biggest event in black African-American history, right? Where people from all over Black America, Canada, the Caribbean, and people said that after the Tays-Hillman compromise, was the southern states ended the filibuster, and that which ended Reconstruction, right? And they basically, like Henry McNeil Turner said, the South, the North, the Democrats and Republicans basically said, if we keep on this, we're gonna have another civil war. The South is never going to accept Negroes in offices and all stuff like this. All these black men were kicked out of Congress, kicked out of office, and all stuff like this, ran out of town and everything like that. the black people that leading us, right, the real leaders, right, said it was time for us to leave. They said it's time for us to leave. And so let me tell you something, right? It was so profound that leading black people, black businessmen, black educated people, the top from every segment of Black America, whether you were light skinned, dark skinned, whatever like that, from said it was time for us to part ways with America. And then they knew about a country in the same year, 1876. Liberia was in Philadelphia at the World Fair. In that World Fair, Liberia had a lot of products on display, manufactured goods, cotton products, coffee products, and everything. And people start hearing about us Black Republic on the African continent. And a lot of Liberian officials began touring cities in America, urging Black people in America to migrate there and build. So everyone caught Liberia fever in Black America. Okay. The culmination of this was the Liberia Exodus company of Charleston, South Carolina. In 1877, they purchased a ship from Nantucket called the Azor, the bark Azor. And they raised the funds from Black people themselves. Black people pulled their nickels and dimes and pennies together, and they purchased a ship. And they sailed the ship to Charleston, South Carolina, right? And docked in the harbor. It was so profound that there was people, right? You go right now, Charleston, right? There's people there from Canada, Texas, everything. Where do you go? There are people coming from all over the United States to Charleston, South Carolina, because they wanted to be on board of this maiden voyage. Unfortunately, the Liberia Exodus Association only made one voyage because it was sabotaged, okay? It was sabotaged and mismanaged, right? White supremacists and Negroes and sabotage the thing. It made one maiden voyage, right? The Azor. And that's why I wrote the book about the Journey to the Promised Land, about the Exodus of 1878, the only maiden voyage of the Liberia Exodus Association. Their plan was to buy more ships, eventually steamships, right? Carry passengers for the next 50 years out of the United States to Africa, to Liberia, to the Congo, and other places like that to build new cities and new settlements. After the Exodus Association failed, there were several other people, right? And what's unique about the Liberia Exodus Association, this was the first Exodus movement that was managed, financed, and supported by Black people ourselves. Before you had the American Colonization Society and other groups that finance voyages and put people over. People say, oh, they're colonial. This was the first time Black people organized ourselves on any large scale project, right? To do anything international in America. Before you had on a small scale, you had Paul Coffey, that was engaged. He brought some people over to Sierra Leone. But this was the first, the largest and the first Exodus, and probably the most financed and the most talked about. The headlines of the Azor movement was read all over the world. The whole world was watching this event. There was people all over the world. There was newspapers, reporters in Charleston talked about this coming Exodus. White farmers and landowners were panicking. If this happens, our economies, our crops, everything's going to die because we need the Black labor. After this movement collapsed, collapsed right there, then you had the Great Migration. People went to the northern cities, and instead of going to Liberia, right, they built their own little Liberias in places like Jamaica, Queens, upstate New York. There was even a little Liberia in Connecticut. People made their own township called Liberia. In Baja California in the 1920s, right? Some Black people who had the Exodus fever still, right? Settled in, bought some land in Baja California, Mexico, right? And built a town called Little Liberia. So this idea of the Exodus, right? The promised land is something that's deep in the psyche of Black America. You know, the idea, where's the promised land? You know, where's the promised land? Where the kin folks at? Where we're going to go have a good time and good eating and good, say here, some good preaching, and our people are happy and everything. The men are strong and they're working. The women are beautiful, taking care of the girls and everything like that. That's the story of the African American. We're always looking for the promised land. Where are we going to be safe? So if you don't know that, right, you don't know our people. Our people want peace. They want happiness. They're not going to follow you to misery. They're not going to follow you to suffering and subjugation and slander, everything like that. Our people want peace. That's what the promised land is. A place where we could be ourselves. A place where we could be free. And that's what the promised land was all about. So getting back to Liberia, right? They heard about a country called Liberia, right? Because in my novel, several of the Liberian agents came over here and told them that, man, they were kind of exaggerating. Like I said, exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. I said, man, you see the melons you grow here? In Liberia, the soil's so good, the melons can grow 10 times the size. Whoa! Me and tell me I could make, my watermelons will grow 5 times. Yeah, our soil's so rich. I was like, wow, I got to go to Liberia. The people in Liberia were promised, or were given in a novel called A Given Promise. If they settled there, they would all get 25 acres of land. Okay? Now, the people that went there were carefully selected. Most of the Exodusers had 2 or 3 skills. There were carpenters. There were people who built stuff, right? They had to have skills and everything that they could apply as soon as they get there. And they farmed. So people farmed, hard work. These were the most hard. They took the people who went to Liberia, not just the on the Azore, were the strongest and the most hardworking Black people among Black Americans. They had 2 or 3 skills: a blacksmith, woodsmith, whatever, and they had a farm. So when they built these farms, they built big families. And when they had the farm, they built these farms. You go up the St. Paul River in Liberia, you'll see some of these older houses and whatnot that they built in the 1800s, right? Still like plantation method. They built all these houses and everything from memory. They built everything from memory. Not only that, the people that went to Liberia were people that were both field slaves, yard slaves, and house slaves. Now, why is that important? Because unlike people say house slaves are loyal to the master, that's not true. And I saw it in my book. A lot of house slaves will always eavesdrop. Like we saw that we sat by the door, the spook who sat by the door, will eavesdrop on things like shipping, right? When the masters talk about shipping and stuff like this, and when they went to Liberia, how do these people know how to run a mill? How do these people know how to put the stuff on the dock and synchronize all stuff like this? It was all done from memory. So the white man thought we were stupid. He thought that he could just do all the stuff around us all these years and we not pick up on it. So all these skills and knowledge that we learned in the bondage and freedom and everything like that, just eavesdropping on white people, watching how they do things and everything, how banks are run and how money and letters of credits are done and everything. We took that skill and said we're going to use it for ourselves. And Liberia took pride in the fact that they said, look, no matter how hard we work, we're still working for ourselves. The governor of the mill, one of the cotton mills, right, and mills in Liberia said, I make more money per year than the governor of South Carolina. He wrote back in his letter, said, I make more money than the governor. So this is the best place on earth for a Black man. He goes, there's nobody above me. He goes, I got a house and we have a homestead. I got 5 homes on my homestead. Everybody pitches in with the farm work and everything like that. We have a church, we got a school, and each town had a town hall and everything like that. And then they said, look, we could send people to Monrovia to represent us in the national government. So when people heard about this stuff that you could own your own land, right? You could elect your own officials to represent you and everything. And that there's no white people no white man's gonna come and everything like that. There's no white farmers. There's nothing like that. people saw this as heaven. They saw this as the promised land. And so that's why I wrote the book Journey to the Promised Land, you know, and the voyage of the Bark Azor, you know, the people on the ship at the end of the voyage, right? They came onto the ship as strangers. They came from all different stratums of Black America. And then by the time the ship was ended, the voyage was ended, right? There was a bond there. They became a people. See, you can't just become a people. In order for you to become a people, there has to be some socialization. There has to be some trials and tribulations. You have to go through something. You have to be put to the test. And on the ship, right, when the measles outbreak broke out, right, and several passengers died, right, that brought them together. When there was a food rationing, that brought them together and everything. And people on the ship was like, talking about, let's go back. You know, we're doing like that. And then some people said, look, we got to stay the course. So all this, what I'm trying to say is this, right? In the one chapter called The Middle Passage, right? That was a chapter where people really were put to the test. You know, the first thing, okay, we're going to do this and everything. After the Middle Passage, right, I had a chapter called Dreams, Stories, and Tall Tales, where they were sitting around, the Exodus was sitting around, and they were just being frank with each other. Why are you on this voyage, right? You know, it was abundantly clear that some people, you know, weren't suffering in Charleston. They had property, they had life and everything. So why are you on this voyage to Africa? And they came out. Some people like, oh yeah, they exaggerated their trauma and everything, and but they was trying to justify why they're on this voyage. And so when it came down to it, yeah, they're on the voyage now. It doesn't matter why they did it, but now they're on the voyage, and now they got to stick to it. So this is what we mean by, you know, the promised land. Why? Because there was a promise, right? So let's not judge people based solely on, okay, or who needs it most. Sometimes I see in these movements, right, where Black people who got education, money, and stuff like that could really build in Africa are sort of shunned. Oh, you're too Western. You're bringing your Western ways and everything. On the Azor ship, right, you know, they had people from all different education backgrounds. They know when they talk about nation building, you're going to need all those people working together. That person who's an engineer, that person who does science and all stuff like that is just as important as the person who could dig ditches, the person who's a blacksmith. That's what nation building is, that all these people, although they do different things, they're working together. And the end goal is they're going to have something of their own that they have together, which is a land and a nation of their own. And that's what, like I said, Journey to the Promised Land, that's what we're trying to connect with in the modern 2023, 2024, right? Where people from different backgrounds, right, could help in the rebuilding of a country their ancestors started, right? Bring their skills and their talents and everything to help build. And it's not just Liberia, but beyond. That's what nation building is all about. You know, people coming together, no matter what your reason is for coming and everything, but you want something. You want the promised land. You want to be with your people. You want to be part of a nation. You know, if you don't want to be part of a nation, then there's no point in even going. The idea that, yeah, they were willing to sever their ties with America, right? Because once they got on the ship, there was no going back. You know, sever their ties with America and go to a new reality, put their hands in their faith, take their destiny into their own hands. And it was because of the fact that they were in good company. And when they were on that ship, they saw that they have everybody they need, right? They had role models, you know. Reverend Thompson was the patriarch of the ship, you know. He was a patriarch, you know. You had a guy named Clinton. He was a veteran of the Civil War. He was sort of like the muscle, you know. And he was sort of like a cowboy type, you know. And we had all these type of people together. They said, this is a society. And this is something that the black people in America were feeling. We felt like in America, if you understand how black America was in the 1800s, right? We lived in our own townships, our own society. But we knew our townships and whatever we had was adjacent to white people. And that white people were always on the white people, the threat of lynching, the threat of white violence and everything was all ever present in black America. We knew that we could build, like in Wilmington, North Carolina, black people built self-sufficient communities. They were hardworking men who were doing crabbing, logging, and other stuff like this right there. They married their own women. They said, look, they prayed in their own church. They had their own churches, everything like that, around the African Methodist Episcopal Church. We had our own black society. But in America, that black society was always under threat from violence and intimidation by white America. What the Promised Land offered, right, was a chance to build what we know in America, right? What we know we can do on our own soil. And that's exactly what happened. They were able to go to Liberia and build what they could never build in America. And so when you go to Liberia, what you see is a duplication of the Black South and Black America on African soil. And the Liberians, the African Americans, the Caribbean diasporas, the Liberian, to me, historically, are probably the most happiest people, one of the happiest, I know the most happy black people that ever lived. To have your own country, have your own president, have your own founding fathers, and have all the stuff like that, have a society which you are in charge and nobody's above you in that society, right? That's happiness. Black people in America, no matter how much money we have, we're always going to be second-class citizenship. We're always going to talk about racism. We're always going to talk about white supremacy. We're always going to go on all this white supremacy, racism stuff in America because we are a minority group. Now, the fact of the matter, you got people coming in here, flooding the borders and everything. It's not going to go away and everything. We're in a serious situation. So we have to revisit this idea of nation building, because it said, why are no black channels talking about, why are no black channels still saying God? Because they don't care. You got to understand something, right? They don't care. This is all just an act to a lot of people. They don't care about really Africa. All they know, if they can't just come up with some simplistic thing, I don't think it's just that it's neo-colonialism. I just think the fact of the matter is a lot of these young people in Africa are frustrated. Like the new president of Burkina Faso said, look, how can you, evidently he's listening to shows like this one, because I said it so many times. He says, how is it that people will talk, say Africa has all these resources, but yet we're so poor? We don't have anything. And so Africans are saying, why is it all the other countries in the world rich? And this is why they're kicking out France. This is why they're kicking out these leaders that don't build anything. And in all fairness to the leaders, you got to understand something. And I'm going to get into this tonight. Why this ties into the story of Liberia. All these countries, France, if you look at West Africa, France conquered all that area of West Africa and created puppet states. Do you know before the French drew up these lines of West Africa, there was trade routes and whatnot that came through and everything like that. And West Africa was a rich region. But France came in, divided the places up in these states and everything like that, and with borders and all stuff like this. So they restricted trade and everything like that. They have fake states. You have to get rid of these states that basically these borders and boundaries. How to do that, I have no idea. Because just like when the U.S. propped up all these Eastern Bloc countries and everything to basically prevent Germany from expanding into Asia, Eastern Asia, Western Asia, the same thing would happen, right? When the West propped up Czechoslovakia, Poland, and all these other countries, right? Right? You know what Hitler did? Hitler said, "Screw that." He went to war and destroyed these countries, right? Because they were all puppet states. The same thing what we have right now. The West creates puppet states and everything to make sure. And the reason why they did the Berlin Conference of 1884 was done, it was to prevent the black man in the West from coming back to Africa and asserting ourselves on the continent. That's all it was about. You know, I don't know whether they were threatened by Russia, might think advancing in Africa, or Japan, whatever like that. But the reason why they divided the continent up, and Africa still holds on to the same borders that the Western powers, spheres of influence, have. It's just like the China during when China was occupied before the Communist Revolution. The West, all these Western powers had spheres of influence. Okay, Portugal, you got Macau, you got this. The British, you got this. The United States, you got this. Germany, you got this. Russia, you got this and everything. And so they have their own zone. Japan, you have this, everything. There's spheres of influence. When the Chinese, when Mao Zedong kicked all these people out, whatnot, the spheres of influence disappeared. What you have right now in Africa is spheres of influence still propped up by Western powers, but they call them nation states. They're not nation states. These are spheres of influence. So expect more coups and everything like that. It has nothing to do with all the stuff we think about, right? It's the fact of the matter is these countries were created by Western interests and everything as spheres of influence and everything. And you're going to see forever and ever and everything until we build an Afrikstan, until we have a new geopolitical order, until we get rid of the UN, the African Union, we get rid of the World Bank, the IMF, we get rid of all these other institutions and everything, and have that one centralized state, which the African diaspora, the Africans could have one governing council for the whole entire state, and the Africans, the black people in the West, can have a place on the continent too. Until we have that neutral territory that we could build, and it has neutral ground and whatnot, and get rid of all the UN, get from the UN and cut all these people out. Get rid of the British Commonwealth, get rid of the French monetary zone, get rid of all this stuff like that. And the black race in the West and the black people in Africa unite together and form that one government that unites all the African continents under a trade zone, monetary zone, one thing. It's never going to happen. I don't know what else to tell people or whatnot. You know, the Africa Rising thing in the early the 2010s was a lie. Africa was not rising. Africa is never going to rise as long as the Congo, the way the Congo is right now, is a creation of King Leopold. They can blame Paul Kagame all they want, but the Congo as itself, a territory and everything controlled by Kinshasa, is nothing but an arm of the Western powers. Do you know Belgium, right, is a runt country of derelicts, right? The Belgium doesn't. Ask what the language of Belgium is. Half the country speaks Dutch, half the country speaks French. It doesn't have. It was a redundant kingdom, right, of the Habsburgs, like a runt. You know, the Belgium's like Belgium is like President Biden's son. You know, what's his name? Hunter Biden.
Yeah, him and his mother wanted them to have his own country, so they gave it to him.
So you have this runt country, garbage country, right? That got the financing from Wall Street, the Jewish banks, you know, the Zionist banks and everything to go into the Congo and everything. But black people like this. I talk to the Congo, how you let a little backward country in Europe rule you? It doesn't work. And still to this day, the Belgium's still calling shots in the Congo. The Congolese president, you know who he's angry with? Paul Kagame. He has no smoke for the French and all, but our biggest problem is Paul Kagame. You mean tell me you and Paul Kagame can't work out what your differences are and everything? Because you rather fight a black man than fight your real enemies? This is what we're dealing with.
Absolutely, Brother Color. Absolutely. So let's get connected to our future schedule and our future energy in Liberia.
Right.
So appreciate the breakdown on the book. And as a matter of fact, we already put it up several times. Appreciate the breakdown. which basically introduce us to the journey to the promised land and the journey of basically us in a modern day time want to have interest in Liberia. Yeah, and I should say that that should be priority. You know, our ancestors built civilizations and laid foundations down that we can grow on, and now we're looking to take our own reconnection journey and visit all of the historical sites from Providence Island, anything dealing with the settlement of 2022, or even the independence. That is what we're looking to share with individuals. So we consider this the reconnection and then the investment. Family, that's you know, me and Kala been talking about. It's trying to get you to open up your minds to this, you know, just like you have opened up your minds to many other African countries and did many different investments with. But we're here just to share with you the advantages and things like that. So that's the goal. That is the presentation, looking to organize and just get you all of the information right there. So we're looking forward to making that journey and, you know, have a vivid group experience for March 29th to April 9th of next year. So, you know, just about 8 months from now, or I should say about closer to us, between 7 to 8 months. So we're there. So let me show you our flyer, give you the flow of the energy. And also this information can be found on our website, and definitely just want to talk about some of the things that we're going to experience. And since Kala has experienced some of the things on the itinerary, you can also just share those things we're going to experience as far as historical sites.
Mm-hmm. Now, what I want to say is this.
All right.
And when people listen to this show, right, I want you to listen to this and listen very carefully. Now, the brother, the emperor, asked a question, right? Right? Why don't people? The reason why is because we have to have a stake in Africa. We don't have that. You know, when we Liberia is our entry point onto the continent. Do you understand that the OAU was formed in Liberia? It was conceived in Liberia. Okay, but by Garveyites who lived there. They said, look, you know, and it just didn't come overnight. People for decades were saying, if Africa have independence, we need to unite the country under one government and stuff like this. That was basically conceived in Liberia. Liberia played a central role in education and the nation building and the independence movement in Africa. People don't know that history. Liberia, because it was connected with the diaspora, it was the strongest country connected with the diaspora, Black America, the Caribbean, everything like that. It was a go-to country for people who want to connect with the West, the Black America in the West. We need that thing because we cannot no longer talk about pan-Africanism behind enemy lines in America. We cannot do that. Okay? I would urge any pan-African group, a real pan-African group, that consider this country as a base that you want to talk. You know, we have to have built institutions and stuff like that on the continent, so we can talk about what we talk about openly. You know, because I'm sick and tired of the best minds. Right, that's nothing I see in the Black race. Right, the best minds I see on YouTube complaining everything, and the idiots are the ones always in power. Right. Yeah, we need to do this. We need to do this. And the people that's in power, because we have these fake ass thing called democracy, right? Which the West manipulates, right? Why do you think the West is talking about they wanted the president of Niger installed? Because they know through their media manipulation and everything like that, they can manipulate democracy, so-called democracy in Africa. Because they really have no opposition. And they convinced the Black people of Africa, right, that to be civilized, right, you have to have a so-called election, right? How are you going to have an election, right, when they're meddling and choosing candidates and everything? And the first thing an elected African person does is he goes to France. And this is what the young people saying. Why do we always, guys, why the European leaders summon African leaders? You say, oh, you guys need to come here when that, and Africans get there, take their little budget and fly to some European country, right? Fly to Belgium. Last year, they all flew to Belgium. a little runt country. We're not flying to Belgium for some, I don't know, climate change summit and everything like that. The humiliation and all stuff like that has to stop, right? What I'm trying to say is this, though. We have to take that one country, right, and make an example of what Pan-Africanism is by basically loving this country and reconnecting with the history of the country, saying that Liberia is a part of and Liberia's creed of African liberation. The term Liberia means liberation, the idea of liberty, liberation. Think about the root word, liberty, liberation, freedom. This idea that Black people could be free and stuff like that. That ideology needs to spread throughout the whole world and throughout the continent. So we have to embrace that all over again. And what better way of embracing what our ancestors started and everything. Hopefully this idea of Liberia and freedom and everything spreads to the rest of Africa. But it's not going to spread from the rest of Africa, right? When we're going to any other country but this country. The one country that basically that showed that Black people are strong and stuff. I get it. People don't know the history of Liberia, right? When people found out about history, they're interested. But you got to ask yourself this question. Why is it that people are going to Senegal, right? And why are they going to these other countries, right? And they're not going to Liberia. Why are they not going to Liberia? Because we don't really understand the whole history. The whole history, Liberia was a culmination of the Black race. When you really look at it, Liberia was a culmination of the Black race. This is where the Black race ought to be. A free society, a Black rule society, And so therefore, I think a lot of us go to the continent, right? I'm just going to go to town. As long as I'm on the African continent. Yeah, but what's your purpose of being in Africa? What about the struggle? What about freedom? What about liberation? Right? We have to have that one place that we basically could say, this is a country our ancestors founded for freedom and refuge and everything like this. And then from this vantage point, right, we could say, okay, I'm concerned about what's going on in Burkina Faso. I'm concerned about what's going on here. We cannot do that, right, from America. We have to have that place in Africa as a vantage point to say, look, this is our interest in Africa. This is our base of operations in Africa. If we did that, we'll be way more stronger than we are right now. Right now, people don't talk about neo-colonialism because they have there's nothing we can do. There's really nothing we can do because the white man has black people in America trapped inside of America, thinking America is the only thing. And then when we do go to Africa, we're not basically building. We're just basically, I don't want to be a Black American. I don't want to do this. And then there's no strength in that. There's no strength in disunity and stuff. So we have to basically look at this thing. So what I'm saying about this, when you go to Liberia, right, one of the things that I want people to look at is on Province Island, right? The Province Island, when you go there, right, there's a well there, the first well dug in West Africa, right? And you can drink water out of the well. The water tastes good, whatever. And that's where the ancestors first landed on a beautiful island called Province Island. Is where you can walk down there and everything. It's a nice island, nice little park, whatever like that, and you reconnect with the history of our ancestors who went to Province Island 1822 before they went over to the mainland, the Bushrod Island and Cape Monserrato and stuff like that. That's where they settled, right? They said, this is where we're going to stand. We're not going any place. And then after they went to Province Island, they was given a strip of land on the coast and everything, or just nothing but swamp. They was given swampland that they said, we're going to do with swampland. Guess what? They cleared the land, drained the swamp and everything, and they erected streets and some of everything. A civilization was built. And once they built that civilization, they said, Elijah Johnson said, this is where this is my home. I'm not going no place. I'm not going back to America. And if the Days want to fight us or not, we're going to die here. So our ancestors were determined that this was their place, this was their home, and this is what we persevered. This is where we're going to be. And so when you go to Liberia one night and you go up Snapper Hill and you go to the Mamba Point and you go to the Ducor Hotel and you see the bus of J.J. Roberts. And on the bottom of the bus is this explains the whole history and this really good craftsmanship of the story of Liberia on the bottom. Okay, and then you see the cannons there. When that you see overlook the ocean, and you say, "Wow, they had to build all these stones and bricks from ships out there and carry them things look like about an eighth of a mile all the way up this hill." All right, that's what it showed you to build this fort. That's how it showed you the determination of our ancestors to build. So, like I said, it's really connects with the history. Returning to Africa and duress and hardship is just as important than us learning the history of us being taken as slaves. So we're talking about our ancestors' return. If you basically are talking about African return, you have to talk about the history of the return, not just basically talking about the capture. Too much of our history is talked about the capture. We were slaves and everything. What about the history of the return? That's very, very important. 200 years. Black people in America, the Caribbean and everything like that have a long history in West Africa. This is nothing new. We've been going to Africa and exploring the continent. Benjamin Anderson, right? A lot of people don't know who Benjamin Anderson was, right? He's an explorer of the Congo. He basically wrote about King Leopold, his exploits in the Congo. If you want to know about, see something funny, look at 2017 Tarzan Greystone, where Samuel Jackson played George Washington Williams. Not Benjamin Anderson, excuse me, George Washington Williams. He was a African-American explorer to the Congo. He talked about building, and like I said, Liberia wasn't just Liberia. There was some people said they wanted to build bigger states in the Congo. So we had explorers in the Congo. People don't know there was an African-American community in the Congo people don't know about. An AME church. People don't know there was an African-American community that settled in Cape Town, that settled in Durban, that settled in Johannesburg. People don't know that history. So this idea of the return, this idea of Black people from the West in America returning and building and everything, they all had the one idea. And from those Black people, right, came the idea of African redemption and African thing. The ANC in South Africa was really founded by the African-American influence of the Black people from America that was there.
Perfect color. Yeah, at some point we have to stop to where we talk about the journey we're going in.
Okay.
And show some highlights of Liberia.
Okay.
So what I want to tell you is thank you for the introduction as far as the historical aspects of the enthusiasm and energy and of our ancestors to build a modern civilization so we can build upon. So that's what I want to talk about. You talk about all and everything that our ancestors did and what they built. But what we want to do is connect people to to modern Liberia and understand the situation. That way, they're not fantasizing and certain things, because they're gonna want to know, well, if our ancestors built this great civilization, what happens now? And what I'll tell you that happens now, family, is us returning, reconnecting, going to the different parts of Africa and going to Liberia. The goal is to build a fresh energy of people who want to learn the country by visiting the country and seeing more things, and then eventually want to invest in the country, live and do business in the country. So that's what the journey is for. So what we try to do from the beginning is connect you on going back over 200 years ago, just like like our ancestors that was right here in America, and they had to make a decision. What are they going to do? It's a little different for them than it is for us. For us, we can get on a jet plane, go to Liberia, go to the country, and then we can make it back. But what I want to say what Carla was explaining was when they made that journey, most of them it was a one-way journey. It was like, and it's not like what we're gonna give you. We're gonna show you highlights of the beautiful country and historical places, but I don't know if they had all of this visual. What they're basically looking at is what we would consider a jungle or virgin land, whichever way people want to look at it. So basically, it wasn't any kind of development that you just, like we're on our way to Liberia. So you go into a country that's developed, that have modern amenities, but you had to go there and build that foundation. So that's what I want. Those of us that are traveling with us, appreciate everyone has made their commitments to journey with us, and for those who are still looking into it, you know, process what you have to process, especially the itinerary, the overview, and all the details. And we want to connect with you, but what we want to offer you is a vivid experience in the country. And then we want you to come with an open energy, because Kala made a point earlier is like wondering why do we see more people going to all these different countries? And respectfully, most of the countries, some of them are more modern as far as infrastructure, more popular as far as modern information, as far as people doing YouTube videos to you're seeing more marketing from the government, or you just hear more about the country based on those current events and things like that. So one of the things I'm always saying about the situation in Liberia, it can be somewhere where a country where it stands out more, but that depends on this. A lot of times, more of us sharing our experience, sharing our life, sharing uh, sharing up-to-date documentation of the country. So that's what we plan on doing as usual when we get to the country, and just share with you the reality of how everything feels, look, and then you can just judge, get a feel for yourself. And for those who don't join us this time and you want to join us next time, you have more visual documentation to process and things like that. But also want to talk with the people, as far as the people who are looking to this, looking to possibly, like I mentioned, live, do business, make a full repatriation move. You know, what I want you to always do is to take it slow in things. Now we have to study the situation that have happened in all these other countries, and that's the benefit that Liberia has. Liberia is not known as a country for all kind of all kind of scammers. One of the situation is they don't have the full influence of people going to countries like Ghana and just running around with dollar signs on their head saying, "I got all this money, come take it from me." So it doesn't have that energy. So, and other things that we have seen as far as land laws and situations. So our goal is just to establish in full clarity with anyone that's looking to connect with us, and that's why we have investment. Investment is more so information, education, presentation, getting you prepared, and putting us together more as a union of people that's going to work together to to do group projects and make it work effectively based on the based on the shortcomings that we have heard from other people who have been to other countries and try other things. So the heart of what we're saying, family, is the history of Liberia, and then we're taking you on a journey to reconnect you back to that history, but also open you up to the future energy. So what I want to always connect everyone with is our website, where we have all the details, and then we'll talk about some of the information as far as the Liberia schedule. All right, so this is our website, africans.org, and once you are on the website, the main thing I let everyone know is just scroll down to the main menu, and once you see the main menu, you'll see the journey for Liberia. So to make it simple and easy, and you can also scroll down to the front page, and what you'll see is just a list of all of the journeys. And just if for those who want to see numbers immediately, it just give you the full tour package price for flights. But we're gonna scroll past this Ghana Repatriation and Investment Tour, which we just came from 23rd journey. And then the next journey that we're taking is Tanzania, Roots and Culture, November 16th to the 27th. This is our fourth journey to Tanzania. And once again, the 23rd to Ghana. So just sharing with people that built experience in many countries, and some countries, you just got to start from the ground up, but you're starting from bringing your level of experience, and then also being open to learning and connecting with good minds and good people that you're working with to just build something exceptional. Then we're closing the year in South Africa for the Roots and Culture journey, December 24th to the January 4th, 2024. So that's literally just the end of the year, Christmas, New Year's. So that's nice journey setup. And once you click on these links, like I'm going to show you for this Liberia journey, which is March 29th to April 9th, 2024. So what you do is you either click on the link from this from the front page or the main page, or you go up to the main menu and then click on the link. It's the same information, and that will just route you. But before I click on the link, then the next journey after that is Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour, July 11th to the 23rd, 2024. So that's the 24th journey to Ghana. And the goal is to show you all updates with our Black Star Repatriation Investment community, our 15 and 60 acres. So look into this. Reach out to more and more people who want to connect with us, who want to build with us, from business people, investors, to this, those who are open to building, a Pan-African town and open to this, build something exceptional again. So that is something we've been working on, and you just keep on working on these things, and you go through your trials and tribulations, and you build, so we're even well more experienced in that area, as to where when we just do things in other countries, we're coming with a level of just energy and experience, right? And we're not going to close the year in Egypt, but that is our fall journey, Egypt, November 21st to December 2nd. So that's the first journey that we have. That'll be my second time in Egypt, and the last time I was there was April of 2004 with Dr. Ranoka Rashidi on a group tour. So that is how long, but we're looking to this, add it back to the schedule, and we have our expert that lives in Egypt, Michelle, on a mission. So I got good partnership to work with on that one. And then we look forward to South Africa coming up. Once we work more on the South Africa journey, we just look to this, work it in for December of 2024. All right. So that's our schedule, family, for 2023 and 2024. So now back to Liberia. So once we click on this link for Liberia, we're going to scroll down, and what you're going to see is an overview and itinerary. Now we can go to the day-to-day itinerary, but we're just going to show you an overview of the information for those who are interested and want to just read through more details. This is what I'm explaining to you. Just click on the link, and then also you can, when you reach out to me, I usually send this information to you via email. So that's a full day-to-day itinerary of the entire journey, with flights from the U.S., full journey across Liberia and back. So literally just lay out the flow of the actual full schedule, and everything is subject to change until we just finalize within the next month or 2 months, as we're looking to still build the group. Right now, it's 10 of us looking to this. Add a few more people. It's it's all good. We have enough to start, so that's always a great thing. And the more the merrier, and looking to always share the experience with more people. General terms, so always just have those details laid out, full clarity of all the terms that we need to be clear on. Visa process and all the details to get you prepared. So as we get closer, we'll talk as a group, and then we'll just give you the best options to get these things done. Improving your immune system. Always just want to have something to explain to you and share with you this to build your immunity and build your immune system and get yourself ready for the tropics. Departure and reminder is just a preparation list of 30 points. That's kind of summarize many things and just get you prepared and give you reminders, what to pack, what to bring, and just updates as far as flight details, as far as meetup times and things like that, and anything dealing with health and wellness. And so what you do is just click on the top link, overview of Liberia Reconnection Investment Tour. All right, greetings, Kala, and hopefully you can see this here. That's going to do a quick little overview of what we're looking to connect people to in Liberia and why. So this is the overview of the tour information on our website. So this is the number, and that's the price of the tour package. I would say very moderate as we look into this. Offer you something for a very just reasonable cost, and that includes full flights on the Royal Air Maroc. So we'll be connecting you we do our best to just connect you with flights from where you are. But in some places, we may have to just use the direct hubs. But it's one of those situations. Once you connect with us, we'll let you, you let us know where you need a flight from, and our goal is to work out your best options. So that's your full package there. And for those who have their own tickets, have a separate package and then single supplement. So that is the cost of the Liberia journey, 4,200 with the airline tickets on Royal Air Maroc. And if we work out something else on Delta Air France, we'll work that out. But those are the two options that we're working with. And when we start finalizing the next few months, we'll select the best option that works for the group that have made their commitment. 2,700. So if you have your own flight package and you can get to the country or you're in the country, that is the cost for full accommodations on the ground. And 500, that's a single package that is offered for those who just need a single room by themselves. So that's how the tour package is built. It's built on double occupancy. All right, so the tours include that we do, and this is just a journey to organize us as a group of people together, to move together, connect together, and out of that, we hope to build energy of friendships to where we can do more things in the country. But this is just how we build an energy of people to at least come to Africa. And through this method, people living everywhere and doing many different things. But what we want to do ultimately is just, like we do in Ghana and just looking to do here is just have a more organized group mindset to say, if you're feeling the country, feeling the energy of repatriation, let's do something together and let's seek out other people with similar minds, and then just make a repatriation connection in the land of our ancestors and the land that our ancestors built for us in this modern time. That I'm sure they realize that more of us in the future, no matter how glittering and shiny America is going to want to make a connection to the African continent or the connection to the country Liberia that was built. But at the same time too, that interest really start with us just opening to coming to the journey. So just want to make it as fruitful and energetic as possible and put as many things in the tour package as possible. So transportation, that's transportation from the airport, that's pickup and airport drop off, and then that's the general tour schedule, day-to-day operation around the country. Now, always looking to just recommend or just get someone to volunteer to do some form of exercise and meditation, and then people can do free will, or they can wake up and stretch themselves. It's always looking to encourage that energy, but no, we don't have someone designated to do that. That's these are things that we have to just talk about as a group and just work it out. If it's something that will work out, and then open to volunteers always. All of the tour packages include a daily continental breakfast and gourmet dinner. So, family, the goal is just to make sure that you have a nice breakfast. And these are 4-star hotels and resort that we have for you to give you great accommodations to make sure that you're comfortable. And then also dinner. We promise you we're going to make sure that either we have a nice buffet at the hotel restaurant, or we can always go somewhere nice on the list of several different restaurants that we have and have dinner. And then as far as lunch, lunch is not included, but the goal is when we're moving around in the daytime, find you somewhere very reasonable, somewhere very comfortable to just have lunch and take a break from the moving around schedule, doing mid break of us just driving around the country. Because usually we just leave out anywhere from 9, and then the goal is to be back anywhere from 4 to 5. So break for lunch around 12, finish by 1, something like that. Work those things out, based on when you just on the move. A lot of those things, you just finalize when you just go do things in the morning and say, hey, this is what we're gonna do, and you just base it on a schedule that you wrote. But and these things are flexible based on the movements. Back to what's included. So business and investment conference. Always want to make sure that we just come into the country proper and just get an organized list of people from attorney, people who represent maybe aspects of this a business district, people who works in the Lands Commission or work in certain departments that has interests in the things that we're looking to do. And we're talking about living and doing business, whether it's your residency, how you live there long, whether you need those things, how valid and how long is your U.S. passport. So somebody who can just break down the laws of immigration and things of that work. So those are the things that we usually talk about it. These are repatriation and business conference, and also just have people who have been going back and forth from America to Liberia just explain certain things. And the goal of that is to get you familiar with the country, get you clear about certain things, and not paint a fantasy or just a rosy picture for you. Just paint a clear picture of the reality of the country that you're coming into. That way, you could be ready to approach a proper way to do business. So that is the goal, and the goal is also, when a union of us working together, the goal of us is for us to look out for each other and things like that. Say, example, if some of us are interested in land, well, it's in our best interest to make sure at least we try to just give you some great guidance and look out for you, or just work it together with you. That way we can do things together as a group and make sure, we look out for each other. So all the things that we've heard about different parts of Africa, not saying that these things are going to happen in Liberia. As a matter of fact, we have the best opportunity right now as far as our movements and connection into Liberia, because you have experience in so much other countries, and then you're dealing with a country that's rebuilding and offers you on the ground floor opportunities to be an investor, to be someone who can participate in the future of the country. So the goal is to just, work with from Kala to other people to where we can deliver the most incredible business and investment conference, and also just get you a full entrance and access to all sites and activities. And other things that we have on there that we haven't mentioned, it'll be things like nightlife, which is also not included. But other things that are included would be certain, daytime, whether it's a pool party, is whether we're doing this basic social activities on the beach, we make sure that we have those things organized to where you can just socialize and just enjoy the beauty of the country and be around beautiful people and just do a whole lot of networking. So, and definitely want more people to be open to some of the, like I said, pool parties, or just certain things that we do where we just need to be in swimwear, or we just need to just be out in nature, whether we're playing cards or dominoes, and whether we're sitting around the bar area or the reception area, and then we're socializing, trying to keep an energy and a connection going. So those are the things that we talk about: access and entrance to our sites, activities, and just any kind of social gathering. So not included in the tour package is lunch, group tips of $100, and camcorders. So group tip covers all of the people that's going to be just providing services for us for 10 straight days, and it's a big staff of people. So and then from people working hotels and doing transportation, tour staff, people providing entertainment and certain things, and people also assist in our group. So we're just here to create a budget to handle business, make sure we take care of our people that's participating with us, create some black economy energy, and just put some black dollars into black hands, support the local economy, build fresh new friendship, business partnerships, and things like that. And then also document everything that I've been saying from the beginning, as far as every single thing that we're doing, just recording everything, pictures and videos, short clips, long clips, presentations, short films, short documentaries, things like that. And just want to get the word out and the energy out about Liberia and why we should be there. And once we show people more of the physical country, and then ultimately it's a unit of us that are working together. So those things solve a lot of problems, especially when we want to get things done in the country. The biggest issue that you have getting things done in every country that we have gone to as a people is the fact that we don't have a group energy that's there to support the repatriation movement and have your back and have things in place. I'm not saying that me and Kala has all these things all the way in place, but what we're doing is we know what we have to build. So we're getting our people together to be there, to represent and look out for you, to make sure you're good. And I kind of hope you still see the schedule as I'm scrolling down.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I want to go there tomorrow, man. So you made me all excited, man.
Yes, absolutely, brother. We have to build a new path as we talk about the 9-day tour highlights, which you and I can just go through in a little bit. And then switch off, and then we see what else is going on.
You can make it bigger. I can't really see it. Oh, okay.
Yes. I'll definitely just make it like that so you can see it.
I see a
But,
little bit. I really need glasses. I can
yeah,
see it.
this is and I have a full 65-inch screen that I'm looking across on it.
Yeah,
But yeah, this is so literally, all right, there we go.
I can see it.
And some of this may be cut off, which it probably will. But I think it's stopped at the lodging information anyway. It's gonna say, yeah, perfect. It shows clearer. So that is information. But let me back to me and yourself. Let's take a break, and I also want to get a video started up for us, family, before we get back to some of these highlights for Liberia. So yes, brother, just wanted to connect those things based on what you're talking about. So family, once again, the topic of tonight's show. Let me get our banner back up here.
And I would urge everybody, right, to get excited about the Liberia. Order my book on Amazon, Journey to the Promised Land, right? It will definitely get you into Liberia fever, Liberia mood, why you need to connect with this country. Don't listen to all the lies about, our ancestors oppressed the native. That's all lies. You know, all lies. You're never going to see people that's going to embrace you like Liberians. They're probably the most friendliest people you're ever going to meet in your life. You know, the kids are respectful and whatnot. You know, the elders are respectful, real nice, down to earth people, you know, all of them, you know. So like I said, journey to the promised land, you know, look, nation building and everything like that has its trials and tribulations and everything. And so Liberia had its conflicts and everything. But right now, right, nobody wants to turn in their Liberia card. I was talking to this with somebody the other day. I was talking about this other day. So I forgot who I was talking to. I forgot who I was talking to. Maybe it was you, Bomani. You know, I forgot who I was talking to. And I said it on the show. Liberia is the only country in West Africa where you never see Liberians in, except for the refugees that went to Ghana, right? For the most part, most Liberians, right? Liberians that just love average Liberians stay in Liberia. And in Liberia, you'll see people from Senegal there. You'll see people all as far as Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Ivory Coast, and everything there. And it's like you ask one Nigerian guy was asked, "Why you like Liberia?" He said, "Look, this is the best Nigerian, right? Supposed to be the big of Africa." He said, "This is the best culture and the best country I ever been in. And as a black man, I feel like I'm somebody important here." And so, therefore, what I'm trying to say is, you know, read the book Journey to the Promised Land. Understand why this country was created. And also, what is our responsibility? Everybody, black person, has a responsibility. You know, we as black people basically always neglect our responsibility. You know, we have a responsibility to this country. It's part of our heritage. It's part of our history. Connecting with Liberia, right? Getting involved with some of the local groups, local charities. Sometimes you want to be charity work. You might find a school, right, in Liberia, right? Because I know several Liberian schools. I know 7 people that run Liberians that run schools, everything like that. You'd be surprised what your little $100, $200 contribution can go in a country like this. And you're connecting with the people. You're doing your part, you know. The Liberian children are ours. And some people say, well, what about the black children in America? What about the black children? Look, we understand that, right? Like this. But the thing is, though, this is our responsibility too. You know, this is our responsibility too. Don't throw, what about the kids in the city one night? The kids in the city got schools and stuff like this. This country really needs our connection. The University of Tennessee, you know what they did, right? They sent a whole truckload of laptops to the Liberia University. Now, the lady that runs the University of Tennessee, she's a pan-African. She's a real high educated one. The University of Tennessee is off the chain as far as education, you know, like that. Black people joining. She's friends with Mr. Rosenthal. You know, Rosenthal introduced me to her years ago. And she's very big on Liberia. So she's a president now, but she made sure the whole truckload took the budget and said, look, I'm going to send the whole to Liberia. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to, and that's what the spirit of the Black America is all about. We always do the right thing. That's like we rallied against apartheid in South Africa, right? We have to rally for Liberia because it's part of our heritage, it's part of who we are. So it's our responsibility to help this country and help ourselves at the same time. As they gain, we gain. And so when we put these two, the synergy between Black America and Liberia together, right, we're going to come out the winners. Then we're in a position stronger in Africa because we have a place of refuge of our own. We're not just dealing with countries from a position of weakness. We are basically we have a thing. That's why working together in groups. And that's what I'm going to help with the BAIO chapter there. And God's willing, I want to start establish. So therefore, anybody that comes through from the States has a group and have a network of people that can help them and fellowship and everything, that you're not just on your own. And we need that fellowship and building among ourselves, and I like the fact that the people I meet that's involved in Liberia are not on some scamming, and it just does not exist. As far as that, and I'm not saying that there's some people might come in Liberia and start doing that, but the thing is, though, that's not likely to happen because Liberia doesn't have that sort of history. One of the reasons why I think, and I'm not going to cast aspersion on the Gambia and these countries, but I have to look at the fact that there's a lot of Europeans have corrupted Africans in these countries. You see the sex trade in these other places. You don't see that. That does not exist in Liberia. So what I'm saying is, though, and when you come to Liberia, white people aren't worshipped like they do. I seen a brother video that Goham sent me the other day, where his brother was saying that, and he's in Ghana, and he's saying that the white people were given treatment over him. He said, "I'm coming from America. I'm Black, and they rushed to help a white person before me." He said, "I'm sorry, I'm from America. I don't feel the way white people the way you do." Well, Liberia, like I said, all the time I've been on there, and I put myself in those situations. That does not happen, because Liberia does not have a history of colonialism. They'll never occupy by white people, so they don't have that worship of white people or whatever like that you see in other places. When you hear you're from Black America, you're African American, you're Black America. They oh wow, man, welcome home, man, welcome home. We're excited to be here. How you like it? I know you're having a good time. This must be like, yeah, they know how you feel. They know how you feel. They know what your ancestors, why you come to this country, because your ancestors built it. They understand that. They understand Black America better than you think they do. They watch our movies. They understand. I'm telling you, all they need to do is come to Liberia for a little while to get away from that stuff like that. A lot of my Liberian friends would tell me before I went to Liberia, you're going to love it there, right? Because you're going to be around people that look like you, the culture and everything like that. You're going to love it there. And sure enough, when I went there, that's exactly what I felt. They weren't lying. So I want people to say, look, this is a place where, if you're serious about doing business in Africa, right? Make Liberia your place to go. I hear all these horror stories in other countries, not to down all these other countries and everything like that, but you have a country that basically, even to this day, is centered around the Black people from the West coming there to settle. Nothing's changed in 176 years of the thing. This is a refuge for people. It says it right there in the Constitution. In fact, like not just from the West, but you got Black people that come from other parts of Africa. Anyone could be a Liberian and come to this country. I want to see Nigerians join us in this. I want to see Angolans join us. I want to see South Africans join us, right? And that's the spirit of pan-Africanism. Let's build these societies where we become one as a people. That's what pan-Africanism is all about. I can't be a pan-Africanist, right, going to a place where everybody wants me to adopt some tribal thing and everything like that. And I'm hearing them beefing about different tribes and oh, I don't like Nigerians. I don't like this people. That's not a Pan-African atmosphere. I want a place where I meet a Nigerian, I meet a Ghanaian, everything, and we're sitting down having a conversation, everything, and we're all equal. That's what I mean. That's when I say that let's make Liberia this Pan-African hub. Because if we build this in Liberia, right, this Pan-African culture and the Pan-African communities and everything like that, we could spread this to the rest of the continent. That's all I have to say about that.
Yes, Brother Kala, excellent, brother. Appreciate the breakdown and getting our people minds ready to connect to Liberia. And appreciate just your energy of just letting people know that you found somewhere wonderful, and you feel like it will work for some of us, or it'll probably work for more of us than some of the other countries that you have seen people gone to and have failed, and I've seen people gone, and it's not about finding their roots and reconnecting. It's about them being shaken down for their money and things. So you sound very genuine as usual about this energy, and that's why we're looking forward to journeying to the promised land in Liberia, March 29th to April 9th, family. So what I want to do is share with you some energy, some beauty of the country. And I got a nice little playlist I've organized with other people's video, and this is an ongoing celebration of this Liberia. So, Kala, what I'm gonna do is share this playlist, and then I'm gonna show you how it look. There goes. That's how it look. And there's a few videos in there. Some of them we have played before, and that's my goal when we're doing these things about Liberia.
Play them all, bro. I want to see them all, bro.
Well, yeah, some of them we were playing, and some is yeah. Let me see what I can play and work out. All right, so family, if anybody have any great comments for us, please just post and let me just leave us a nice message in here. So don't be afraid to show us some some love. Right, so I'm gonna send over this first video. This is a Liberian tourism video, and it's from our sister Hester Baker that I did a nice interview with on our YouTube live.
Of West Africa's largest remaining rainforests are amazing discoveries. Explore Liberia's breathtaking beaches. Thrilling Green Mountains. Cascading waterfalls amidst rich biodiversity. Unique confluences. Up close and personal encounters with nature. Unparalleled point breaks and impressive waves. Adventure-filled rainforests. Discovered an authentic exotic cultural mix of unparalleled traditions and heritage. Meet the friendliest and most free-spirited people. Visit Liberia. Experience our openness, authenticity, and optimism that will keep you longing and coming back for more, again and again and again. Liberia, amazing discoveries, the new tourism brand of Liberia.
Yes, my brother Kala, some energy, some vibrant energy from Liberia. That's the video that I meant to play at the beginning.
Yeah, that waterfall I was telling you about, that's a Nimba. In my opinion, I think we should go to there, spend another day there, then go to the Gola thing park. You know.
Absolutely, yeah. I think all of us agree that Gola may not be as organized, but yeah, definitely. You know, what I mean, and some of the things on the schedule, you know, with us now that we have new people around us, and we can just make some adjustments, and that's how we perfect a perfect itinerary. And then once we get there and this experience the experience, you know, you perfect the itinerary some more, and you just keep it growing and keep it growing. But Kala, that was one of the videos that you know, we have, and that you know, different people have made. This was
was so bad. I wanted to go to Nimba so bad, man, but you know, time constraints and everything like that, man. I was like, yo, we can go up there. I should have went. I don't know why, but I should have went. You know, I should have went, man. You know, I wanted to go to Nimba so bad, you know.
That's one of those things, man.
You guys see that green, man, you know, the greenness of that area and whatnot. It's just so beautiful, you know. So beautiful. That's like close to paradise that you're ever gonna see. You know.
Exactly. So that's the thing of it. You know, what we're trying to do is the goal of this documenting the experience in Africa, family. Is, you know, the goal is always to show us the nice, beautiful tropics. So one of the things is, you know, we're talking about earlier about people going to certain other countries, and you know, one of the things I would say, I just haven't seen enough of Liberia beaches, and the good thing about it, people make lots of videos since it's a country on the coast. But what you see is fancy videos about Tanzania, Zanzibar Island, you know, to where it's just out there, you know, it's pristine, you know, aqua blue water, that's beautiful. But it's one of the things is, family, we're gonna get you to the beach. We do have one day.
It's so blue, you know.
We'll take more pictures and just make it, you know, make it look, you know, nice and just shiny and everything. But I'm saying that's one of the serious issues, is that the lack of marketing the beauty of the country. You know, so that's why I wanted to make sure we show people that video, and then wanted to show them another video about the reunion after you just, you know, share what you have to share as far as about what you see about Liberia, and you know, the terrain and the beauty you see as far as the ocean and things like that. Because you've been there on the beaches, so you can share your experience on the beaches.
Let me tell you something, right? When I was going to Robertsport, right? I went up to Robertsport, right? You're going through Bomani, right? The road to lead to Robertsport is being paved right now. So that ride's not going to be as bumpy. You know, it's being paved right now. I love it. And also, when you go up to Liberia through Bomani, you see transition tower. That means it's on the grid. The whole coastline is on the grid. You know, so let's say if you're in Bomani County and there's so much property for sale, I see old houses like look like they're for sale or abandoned, or whatever, that somebody could sell to you. I'm like, that'd be an excellent place to build a Black Star community. I was thinking about this in my head. I said, man, it looks like a nice spot to build a Black Star community. You know, only about 35 minutes away from Robertsport, whatever like that. You know, that'd be a Berkeley. You're a little ways from Monrovia, but that'd be a nice place to build a nice community up there. You know, maybe probably build our own shopping center and stuff like that, all the amenities and everything, a self-contained community, plenty of land, you know. And then when you get to Lake Piso, let me tell you about Lake Piso. It looks like a sea. It looks like it's a lake, but it looks like a sea. And my driver said, "Don't go in there. That water's deep." Just that day, right? Some girl had fell in and drowned, you know. But so I said I went to the edge, right? And the water, like when you look at the going down the thing, the water just drops, right? You know, but it looks so beautiful. And the water has like waves on it and stuff like that. You see people out there boating and jet skiing and stuff like that, you know, and there's like a scenic look off where you can look at that thing. And then you're headed to Robertsport, right? And when you go to Robertsport, the beaches are so friggin' nice. You got surfers out there surfing, the waves and everything like that. The early morning breeze, when you wake up in the morning, right, and you smell that ocean, you feel the breeze coming in from the ocean is so therapeutic. You know, you wake up in the morning at Robertsport, you stay in Nana Lodge, the breakfast is ready for you. You're eating breakfast outside on the patio of your cabin. You're eating breakfast right there, whatnot, and you're watching the guys surf. You know, you got surfers from all over the world. You got Liberian surfers there. One Liberian guy you see there, he's always on YouTube. He's like he was the first Liberian surfer back in 2010. Now he teaches people how to surf. He has a surfing school and everything like that. You see him there and whatnot. You know, I'm like, I ain't going in that water because I ain't trying to be a case file on Shark Week. You know, but you see the surfing, you see all the stuff like that. You see the beauty of these clean beaches and stuff like that. The thing, and also what I love about Liberia is the black rock. Like they showed like a little bit of that video, the black rocks, those black rocks, stone rocks is what protected Liberia in its coast. And we talk a little briefly about the history of those rocks, right? When we go to Grand Bassa, we go to Sunset Beach, right? And Grand Bassa, the beach is so surreal, you know. The water is so clear, and then when the sky's gray, the water's like a gray color. It's beautiful. When the sun's out, the water's crystal clear blue, and the sand is like sugar white and whatnot, you know. And they got those black rocks. They're so beautiful. You can sit on the rocks, right? And you can walk from rock to rock and be right next to the water. You could jump in if you want to, but I wouldn't jump in because I know if you rock somebody, you might hurt yourself, whatever like that. I wouldn't jump in. But it's so beautiful. Sunset Beach is so beautiful. Wayne, been there, you know. I went there too, you know, in Grand Bassa, you know, Sunset Beach. And the beaches in Liberia, the beaches in Marshall. There's a place called, I forgot the name of it, right? It's a Eco Lodge, right? Which they have an ecotourism, right? It has really good food. They got steak. I had steak and potatoes and shrimp and everything like that. We ate there on the balcony and the thing. And it's right there on the ocean and everything. So they have for the kids, they got a water slide. They got different types of rides and stuff like that, you know. It's a little eco park, you know. And inside the place, right, it celebrates in Marshall the Bassa heritage of Marshall. You see Bassa mass, you know, and everything. And you have to realize in Liberia, when you go shopping, right, that you always pay respect to the 16 tribes of Liberia and stuff like that. You know, you might buy a keychain with a crown mask or something like that, you know, and stuff like that. So we pay respect to the Bassa kingdom that was once there and stuff like that. But now those same Bassa kids, they're working in the Eco Lodge, you know, stuff like that on their cell phones and everything with their little backpacks and everything. So it's everything so modernized and everything like that, you know. People so friendly and everything, you know. And like I said, I had a really good time there at the Eco Lodge, you know. And so, like I said, I'm not jumping into a slide, you know, I'm not getting wet, whatever like that. But I could have jumped into the slide. It's like a pool, you know, like you have Busch Gardens, a water slide, you slide down and whatnot, you know. That's excellent for kids if they want to jump into water and go for a swim and everything. And then they got little routes and everything like that where you have different exotic birds and animals and stuff like that. It's like you walk through the park, a little like an eco park and whatnot, you know. They're supposed to be bringing like things like elephants and stuff like that eventually, and different other wildlife in there so you can walk and, you know, see that and stuff like that. So that's right there and everything. So what I'm saying is, but overlooking the ocean, right? The water, you're sitting on the thing, you look in the water, the beach is so crystal clear, you know, the waves and everything. And then at night, when I first got to Liberia 2 years ago, right, we went to Sophia Rock Beach. That's another place we hang out at, right? It's Sophia Park Beach. You just go there. My friend Sine owns Sophia Rock Beach. And so what they have a bar there and everything like that. You could bring your own drinks, whatever like that. They set up the tables for you. It could be 2:00 in the morning, right? And we would sit out there, chill on the ocean, right? At 2:00 in the morning. And the sound of the waves is so crashing, you know, and the breeze. I would suggest, like, when you sit on the beach at night, wear a jacket because it gets a little chilly. People say, you wear a jacket? Yeah, at nighttime in Liberia, it gets chilly. I don't know how it is in other parts of Africa, right? You got to wear a jacket because of the beach, the waves and everything like that. It's real chilly at night. Not chilly, but it's like it can get down to like 65 degrees sometimes, right? Usually like 75, wherever like that. But on the beach, we got a little breeze, so it gets a little nippy at night, But it's so freaking therapeutic. We're sitting out there talking and just fellowshipping all night and everything like that. And it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. It's like, look, it's time to go back to the place and whatnot. But we're sitting out there for hours. Everybody just talking, having a good time, man. Everybody just doing their thing, having drinks. We have shots. Everybody's doing shots and everything like that. Also, we bring some food, wherever like that. Everybody's eating, having some food and everything like that on the beach at 2 o'clock in the morning. And the guy will have in the bar back there. They have a sound system and everything like that. They can play music and everything like that on Bluetooth. You want stuff like that. So it's like a real thing. And we just tip the waiter or whatever like that. Well, you want to buy beer from them, and everything like that. Buy beer and everything like that, and tip the waiter on that. That's Sophia Rock Beach. That's in Congo Town. And so, bottom line is this: like I said, as far as like beach life and everything like that. In living in Virginia Beach, I had given up on beach life. I hated the beach, living in Virginia Beach.
Why, brother? What did the beach do to you down there, man? For real?
I moved down here, man. I thought it was gonna be like Baywatch or whatever like that. I hated the beach. I came down here, man. I said, exactly. I had the first year, man. I got arrested and whatnot. Down here, I hated the smell of salt water when I moved after like 2 years living down here. I said I didn't go down to the beach for years and whatnot, And so I was like, I'm never really big on beaches, right? And then I go to Liberia, I fell in love with beaches all over again, And I said, oh, okay, I like the beach life,
Well, perfect. So
maybe because of Virginia Beach, there's so many people and stuff like that, Well, but I like that, that therapeutic, quiet, serene thing, especially in Robertsport, man. You wake up in the morning, right? And you hear the waves outside and whatnot, you see the mist coming down from the sky, and you're sitting there. I can't describe sitting there eating breakfast, right? Continental breakfast, right? Eggs, what do you serve us? Eggs, sausage, some grits, a couple other things with biscuits and everything, orange juice, and hot tea and coffee, all that right there. Nice breakfast, right? They serve you breakfast twice. They give you 2 servings. So I'm like, I can't eat that. And then they pick up the food, they leave it there and they come and pick it up and everything like that, And then you're sitting there eating breakfast, right? And you're looking at the waves, right, from your cabin. You look at the waves and you watch these guys surf, from the view of your cabin. That was just something else. That was just really, really something else. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. On the way back and whatnot, we drove around Lake Piso and whatnot, and it was just so beautiful. Lake Piso is another place. I don't know if we have time to go boating there or whatever like that. We'll see how it goes. And they have boating there and everything like that. That you can get on and everything.
The thing with it is, I'm trying to get you to finish up so I can connect you into talking about from whether it's the beach, Lake Piso, Robertsport. I do have a few videos to show people some visuals.
Yeah.
But you're mentioning as far as us getting out there, one of the things about the journey is as long as we can make things, get things arranged and it's safe.
Yeah,
things like that. The key things. Safe arrangements.
Mm-hmm.
We can make any of these things. And boating.
I wouldn't get on the boat without a life jacket.
So perfect. So that's what you do arrangements. Because our goal is to do full accommodation. So we'd have to arrange those things and then and figure a way how to get those things in that area and get it set up. But then, also, we're sharing with everyone the goal of us to expand into Liberia tourism is also to create the market, build a market, and create the market and expand the market, in different ways. So as we ventured out and we're making accommodations and we're just exploring the beauty of the country, because family, the beauty of the country is always going to be once you leave outside the mad city, and things like that. most of your convenience and things, that's what you're gonna find. But people ask you why, and and even that's not bad where we are. We're less than 2 hours away from Accra and Jahadzi in Ghana, right there along the coast. But people ask me about, I was like, do you really want to leave from the popular metro cities that most of us grew up around in America, and then go live in one of those cities, or do you want to create your own environment where you have your own infrastructure, where you have your own? If the country have raggedy sewers, that's what you have to build around if you're in the city. But if you're in a rural area, you're basically getting land and you're clearing it and building it. So that's what I want people to envision when they're rolling with us. So these are some of the videos that shows the site, and it's just up to us to open our minds, because but you wanted to mention that you can do something else there beyond boating, investment as far as lake, homes, and so on. You go to an area, like you'll see an overview and you'll see a lake. Then 20 years later, you see a number of houses around there.
Well, that's coming.
That's what you envision seeing in these parts of Liberia.
Oh, I definitely look. When I went there in 2020, right in Congo Town, right, there was a white guy sitting there looking at Sophia Rock Beach, right. He was sitting there like this. Look at the day of my engagement party, right? He was just sitting there like this, looking at the beach, right? Like, I don't know what he was thinking, right? I don't know what he was thinking, right? But he was just sitting there like, But all that whole Congo Town area, right? That's where the upper class Liberians live, right? The compound I was staying at, right? Right next door was the compound of Jewel Howard Taylor, President Taylor's wife, right? And I met her son, little Charles Taylor's youngest son. He looked just like him, And so I met him. He came over to meet me in my house and whatnot, And I was like, oh, my little man and whatnot, man. Dapped him up, man. Gave him a hug, whatnot, And he looked just like a spitting image of Charles Taylor, And so he came over to meet me and whatnot, He said he heard about me and whatnot. He said he wanted to come over and meet me and stuff. And so, so it was really, 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 really thing. And what I liked about Liberia was the fact that, that when I'm in Liberia, I'm always meeting with like the top people in the country. You meet with, somebody who's a senator. You sitting out in the Lunas, and somebody that's a real senator could walk in. Hey, how you doing? That's the honorable such and such. Or you're at Calabas and whatnot, and you don't know who's going to walk in and whatnot, you don't know George Ware is going to walk in, I like that atmosphere that when I'm talking to Liberians, I'm talking to people who are connected with the government. Like I said, last time I went to Liberia, I went on a diplomatic visa. I had a diplomatic visa on arrival. Because I was told this guy basically is trying to bring African American tourism to Liberia, and so they said, "Oh wow, let's get that." So I got a diplomatic visa, to come to the country. It was for like 3 months, whatever, like that. So I was on a diplomatic visa, and everything like that because, the people I'm connected with. And I like the fact that in Liberia I'm connected with important people who actually have real business, have real land. They say, yeah, my family owns those buildings over there. I never see that in America. When you go to America, when you go to Philadelphia, how many black people say, oh, that whole block over there, oh, my cousin owns that, In Liberia, you do. You have ordinary Liberians like, oh, yeah, that building over there, that tall building over there, that 20-story building, oh, yeah, that's been our family for years, And I'm like, wow. So you're connected with people, that you can sit down and talk to and everything like that. So I believe that'll make business and business connections and stuff like that much easier. More transparent. Yeah, of course she made a lot of sense, but she was saying a bunch of stupid stuff you was agreeing with. But we have a whole bunch of feedback, that said she sounded like a freaking idiot. She came on here and didn't give anything where she can contribute or help, whatever like that. She didn't give out a name. She didn't even show her face or camera or whatever like that. She didn't give us her information, and she didn't like that. So she just got on here babbling for a couple hours and saying absolutely nothing. But of course, somebody who believes ADOS FBA, you really thought she was sticking it to us, but keep doing that, keep believing that, so.
Well, that was a direct comment, and that was ADOS invented. I can't say all these long words. I don't know why would somebody want to create a name that long. So ADOS invented, basically saying that she's for pro-woman.
Of course.
Pro-woman, sisters sticking together, trying to stick it to collar.
Stick it to collar. That's all it's all about, And we're gonna get it. You know how many people have coming after me over the years, Still
here, make it. There you go. Here she go again. Yet you're still here. Make it make sense. ADOS, what you mean makes sense? You talking about Kala and his love for Liberia. I appreciate the brother love for Liberia, because when you're trying to do these journeys, you want somebody to have that level of this historical connection, physical connection, or I should say historical knowledge, physical connection, and also just literally just enthusiastic and energetic about doing things in the country and seeing the country grow and expand, and knowing that this is a country that it's going to work out more for.
She said she going to show a video of a black town, Igbo town in America. She never showed it.
Yeah, she's not gonna show those things. But family, that's what we're working with. And on this live, we're just talking about Liberia and this letting people know about the fresh, new energy that we're building. And so you may have not seen a lot of Liberia tourism videos, but they're coming, and these are some of the ones that people have done that we've been sharing.
Wait till we start building this Black Star Pan-African communities in Liberia. These people are going to commit ritual suicide. I can't believe it.
Don't start telling people we're doing that. Next thing you know, people start calling me and telling me, "Are you going to be doing this?" Well, you need to finish up what you're doing over here and things like that. But so I don't get ahead of people. But one thing I would say about that, as far as the business and investment energy, is that if a group of people say, "Hey, we're going to come together and be a part of what we want to be a part of building, a small group energy," I'll do my best to work it with people and give my best advice based on my experience. And then, individuals take accountability and fill it out. No different from a board of 5 people who get together, or how many number is in, that board. And they just say, we're going to be the leaders of this operation, and we're going to literally work it together. I'm open to that more than anything else. People are always looking for some black leader to guide them, and as soon as mistakes are made and things are not perfect, people want to throw you under the bus. Want to hang and burn you. Want to burn you at the stake. All those things. So, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this in a brotherly sisterhood of working together. So if it's 100 of us, and then we have a board of 5-10 people, I think that's not bad. You do need management and leadership to make things work. But I'm always telling people that I'm done with the volunteering stuff and everything. As far as the things we do, the only thing I can continue to do is be a leader of the business that I got myself involved with. Anything else I'm looking to do is just work with other great black minds to do this together. So on that note, family, the goal is to just share more of this experience. So here we go, Lake Pizzo. So this one is called Discover the Mesmerizing Beauty of Lake Pizzo, Liberia Hidden Gem. Now, Kala, when based on that title, would you say that title is on point?
Yeah. And let me add to that, right?
Sure, go ahead.
Now, when you go down to the main street in Robertsport, right, after you pass Lake Pizzo, and you're going towards the beach, right? And there's these hills, right? Where it's amazing how they was able to build churches like this on hills, right? In Robertsport, right? And you see the architecture, right? And stuff like that. You see that there's a Pan-African building there that used to be there years ago during Tubman's time. That was built as a Pan-African house that was built, right? And there's an AME church there and stuff like that. And I'm saying to myself, right? And I would just, before I even went there, right? And I saw these buildings, right? And I said to myself, this was a nice community up here in Robertsport, right? And then you got the VI community or traditional community right next to it, right? But I said, this must have been, and Cape Mount, right? I said, and I realized that the first people that lived there lived in the 1800s. I'm saying to myself, these people lived in a peaceful community, right? No different than nice communities that you see in the rural South, right? Overlooking the ocean in their own country. That must have been as close to heaven and paradise as you're ever going to see when you see these nice houses and buildings that these people, what kind of life did they have? You know, what kind of life they had? They had their farms and everything like that. It's so beautiful up there, but in Robertsport and Lake Piso and Robertsport City. And I said to myself, you know, the streets and everything, I said to myself, this must have been heaven, because they would go down to the beach and sit down on the beach and swim and have a good time in Robertsport, you know, because Robertsport has a lot of like beach houses and stuff like that there that people rent out. A lot of foreigners go like that. But before, back in the 60s, it was only our people there, and they had that all to themselves and whatnot. And I said to myself, there's no way that black people in America, right, would have known there was a country like this, right? And they could have this. And they would not went there in large numbers. So it always, like, I'm gonna say to myself, how is it that anybody that could come to this country, see this beauty, you know, see Lake Piso, see the ocean right there, and see this community, nice, well-developed community, not unlike anything you have in America, right? And basically not like it. So that's what I mean by the promised land. You know, the promised land. And so you can still see that same energy right there in Robertsport as people starting to, Liberians, the average Liberians starting to appreciate their country more. As they start appreciating the country more of them are getting online and telling the world. Every time somebody makes a video like the one we're about to play, more and more people get interested in Liberia as a country that they can connect with. And then when people go there and find out how easy it is, if you're black people in America, how to own property and become a citizen or a resident, long-term resident or whatever like that, they're hooked. That's why you got so many people going there and buying property and saying, this is a country I want to be in. You know, a lot of times black people follow other people. As one person go to Ghana, I gotta go to Ghana. I gotta go to Nigeria. I gotta go to a country like that because they see other people doing it. And I do believe that sort of energy will happen when more and more people come to Liberia and they give their testament and everything. The same thing's going to happen to Liberia. It's no different, you know, but that has not happened so far yet. Do you know Liberia to this day had attracted more African Americans to the continent than any other region? You know, that's what Liberia has, you know, more African Americans and diasporans settled in Liberia than ever did in Ghana, Nigeria, and all those countries combined. So the same thing could happen again. Why? Because those countries still got barriers. Liberia is always a type of country. If you're black, you come there. If you really want to settle there and be a citizen, they'll let you do it. Because that's the way the constitutional laws are set up. Just that a lot of us don't know that.
There you go, brother. So we're here to, you know, teach the people educate the people with information that they need so they can be a part of this pan-African nation building process and reconnection to Liberia. So appreciate you breaking it down for them, man. So family, with that, let's share with you a visual of some of these videos. I'll play a few of them back to back. I won't play the full video for some of them, but enough to just give you a feel.
And the only thing I can tell you is that Liberia is beautiful. This country is amazing, y'all. This country is amazing. If only Liberians can come back to Liberia, if only the people who are responsible for tourism can actually decide that they want to make Liberia the country that it deserves to be, we're gonna go far, seriously. Because this view is amazing. Just imagine all of the things that can be done here. Oh my god. Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Thank you for being so consistent. Rahima, welcome again. So now we're on the Lake Piso, and Rahima is gonna tell us a little bit about Lake Piso, the history, and other things. So, how you doing again?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm actually excited that we actually reached a final point of the Piso. So we are on a larger lake in Liberia, the Lake Piso. The lakes that never get dry. The reason the lakes that never get dry because every movement of the lake that you see is always extending, is always extending, is always extending. So I will give you a little bit of history about the lake, how the lake came about. There's an animals that form this lake, and the animal is a bird. And that bird in particular, yeah, and that bird in particular is the pigeon. And then the pigeon, the name pigeon was given to a bird, pigeon, pigeon. So and then it came about a history that it was Iceland, it was a dry land that was here. But before that time, the birds used to fly together and always used to move in a group. They used to fly together and then just come on a dry land because the area was a little bit of desert land. And then when the rain fall like that, a little bit water set. So the birds would like to take part in the water and splash it. So yes, number pigeon. So it used to be that constant habits of doing that. So they used to come. Whenever they come, they take back and then they flash out small water. And then there are groups of birds. They used to be digging the area, used to be digging the area, used to be digging the area. So it was often they were consistent in doing that. So little bit of rainfall and the high water settled to that area. Since the water settled to that area, the area start getting large, until it reached to the level. And then before the water can get large, people were wondering and say, wow, this is something that's getting natural because pigeons always come here and taking back. We always observing pigeons coming here, taking hold, taking back, and then flying away. Sometimes when they're doing that, I think people used to come around and press.
Yes, Carl, I wanted to show that view, Lake Piso, and yeah, as you mentioned that it's a wonderful place where you can do a whole lot of things. So a whole lot of things as far as this development and this tourism and this enjoying this house on the lake or just lake safari, all those good things.
Yeah, like I said, there's so much potential. Like I just fear if we don't move in the next 5 years, man, it's gonna, because you got these people, foreigners coming there and whatnot. Just they look at Liberia like, wow, man, this is a beautiful country, untapped and everything like that, and so we got our work cut out for us, We got our work cut out.
Absolutely, brother. That's it right there.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, this is where Lake Piso is, right? It's basically in Robertsport.
Yeah.
And it's the main lake that's in the area.
Yeah, it looks like a mini ocean, it's beautiful. When you look at Lake Piso, when you're driving up there and you're driving to Robertsport, right? And when Lake Piso comes into view, man, oh my God, it's beautiful. You're driving. I'm looking on the map, right? I'm looking on a GPS map. And I'm like, okay, we should be hitting Lake Piso any second. On the map, you see the water. I'll say next, blip, there's Lake Piso right there. That is beautiful. That's like the last stretch till you get to Robertsport.
Yeah, so this person have a different video. The last video was directly on Lake Pizzo, and this is just Robert Sports in general. So let's check out some of this video, and just want to do my best to just give people some nice feel of what the country looked like. And as I mentioned, everyone, our goal is to do more for our own footage as time go along, and then we have our partner, Liberia Heritage TV, Sister Wayne. So we're gonna play and use some of her clips also.
Anywhere you go, you belong. Anywhere you say, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome back to Reading Site. Today is a good day to take a road trip, hence why we are heading to Robertsport, Cape Mount County. See you there.
Yes, Kala, that like some serious dirt road. Like some serious dirt road, but I guess
actually that's paved. That's just the color of the road. That's actually paved. That's actually paved. And like I said, leading up to Robertsport, right there,
this
they
is
are
not paved road.
is being paved right there. They just cleared that out like a few months before I got there. And then right now, paving crews are out there paving that. And they said it's going to be done by the end of the year. Paved the road to Robertsport. That last stretch, Lake Pizzo, is going to be paved.
That's perfect. So, family, you have the future to look forward to, but also knowing that that you're in a rural area, so you are out in nature. So make sure that when we travel, we bring all the things you need. But this is a part of the adventure. And it's a part of learning Africa, and it's a part of this enjoying the paradise and enjoying the adventure. So yes, Carla, you know a lot about this place right here.
I
The
drew
amount
a video clip of Lake Pizzo when I drove up there.
well, this is our Nana's Lodge.
Yeah, Nines Lodge. That's where I stayed at. That's where we stayed at.
So hopefully it didn't take you too long to get up there, about what, 2 hours?
If that. The hardest part was getting out of Monrovia. That's the hardest part. You know, once you, my driver took us to a shortcut, right? If we would have went through the Douala at the time, it would have took a longer. But he took us to a back road, right? A back road, so we didn't have to go through all the traffic of Douala. Then when you get all across the St. Paul Bridge, you know, it's a nice ride. But the hardest part is getting through Monrovia. And if you go through go through Douala, yeah, it's people say, oh, never go up to certain days. You don't go up to Robertsport because, well, now that was 2 years ago. But like I told you, they had basically created a new market, right? And a lot of vendors are using the market, so it's not as crowded as it used to be. You know, so streets are not as choked as it used to be. They're trying to clean that up because people are complaining that that's the only way really to get to the Robertsport and up country, right? And the Douala market is holding everything up. So they created a new market there for the vendors and everything. And basically that helped out a lot. You know, once you get past that, right, you know, you go through Bomi. Bomi is a nice ride. It's beautiful. Bomi County is a beautiful county, right? And then you go across this big bridge. I have a video of me going across the bridge, right? There's one big bridge. You go across the bridge, right? And then you enter into Cape Mount, right? And when you go into Cape Mount and everything like that, you drive for like about another, I would say it's like another half hour till you hit like about 45 minutes till you hit the Cape, after you get to Grand Cape Mount, right? Once you get to Bomi, right, you're home in the home stretch. You get to Bomi, Cape Mount, right? About a half hour, you're at Lake Pizzo. And once you're at Lake Pizzo, it's another half hour to get to Robertsport. So it's about a good 2 hours, you know, from Monrovia to Cape Mount. I don't know why, but the ride back was much faster for some reason.
Well, perfect, Color. Appreciate the sharing, brother. Let's see what this rest of some of this video look like, and then we'll switch to we'll go the other direction to Sunset Beach and places like that. Got
You
nice
want to
videos.
play my video?
No, I wasn't gonna play a video. I found just trying to find something that really showcase the energy, and you can let me know if the video that you have.
Did that video show Nines Lodge or inside Nines Lodge?
Yes, absolutely. The videos that I have on this playlist, I was telling you that I have, it's just a bunch of videos that I looked at to show different parts of the country. So that way, I have a playlist. So whenever we talk about Liberia, we can just show different parts of the country, and then different parts of what we have on the itinerary, as we showed earlier. The long list of things that we're going to be doing for 9 days.
Right.
Little by little, just going to show people more and more of those visuals. All right.
Yeah.
We have arrived in Robertsport. We are at Nana's Lodge. We just checked in. We're about to go and eat. It's very beautiful here. I love it already. So let's see what's next. So we have checked in and we are about to eat food provided by Nana's Lodge. When you pay for your room, you get breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Usually it's a buffet, but because we are the only guests here, it's like a smaller size. But we have some lobster, rice and kidney beans, plantain. There was also fish, fried fish, and pineapples. But We are eating.
Yes, Colin, that is a nice meal, brother.
Yeah, we put plenty of lobsters up there.
Is that what you had the last time you was
When I
there
was
at Nana Lodge?
They the lobsters didn't come in. They didn't come in. I had chicken, with plenty of chicken and fish, so I was happy. Rice, plenty of rice, chicken, everything else, right?
I just want to make sure I don't hear that sad story and make sure they work
There
it
was no
out.
lobster available.
Yeah, that's what me and my boy loves to eat, man. We just get some lobster. You got to enjoy the sea. You live in, you live around the Virginia Beach area. You live right there in, that area where you have all that good fishing going on. One of the things I always want to make sure you do some lobster and some great fish to grill. So
they got their fried fish. Their fish is so delicious. It's always big, chunky, and meaty. They give you plenty of chicken. They really feed you at Nana's Lodge. Well, the thing I would say is bring your own drinks. They charge you for the drink. They don't charge like that. So what you want to do is bring some, get some ice. You could probably get some ice from in town, wherever like that, and get yourself a deep freezer. Bring your beer and your drinks. Yourself. Then you're good.
All right, excellent. That'll work. So let me show more of this, and then we'll switch to the next area as we're showcasing and sharing with you different parts of Liberia where we're going to be touring, touring the country and enjoying our paradise and adventure.
And this is our view.
Look at that view. Yes, Kala, that is truly beautiful, man. Brother, serious, man.
Nothing short of heaven.
Just want to leave it frozen right there. Let people know what we're dealing with. You're dealing with, one of the things you can clearly see is beyond just the beautiful waves and the beautiful color of the ocean and the beautiful sand. The key thing that when you're looking at this, you don't see anything else going on. Like you don't see any ships, you don't see any boats out there, any yachts, anything like that. Yeah. So I'm one of them people that believe in marinas and believe in this. You're out there just sailing and enjoying nature. So that's a beautiful. That's another great opportunities for those who are just into sailing and into that world of boats and
we need that
marine life. That's where we can and what I mean by that also cruise ships. This is still this is not the coast itself, but you still have that incredible coast along the western part of Africa. Period. Even going past Angola, that's the whole western coast all the way, western or southwest coast. It's just all just pristine where when you even flying over, you're not seeing much of anything. You're just seeing this nature itself. So that's what we can tap into our family. So we're looking to share this energy to draw in more of the people that are visionaries, investors, people who want to, who are looking for these kind of energies and opportunities. And that's what we're here to showcase. So when we're there vividly in the spirit, we're going to be there, me and Kala, we're going to be there discussing these things, talking with other people and sharing that experience as far as, what we feel there. And, and then looking to just get more and more people to get involved, and we'll work it out, not necessarily just figure it out, but we'll work it out because all the things that we've seen in our life develop, so that's what's going to happen on our African continent. We just have to choose to say, hey, are we going to be the ones that's part of the developing future and investing in the future, or we're going to let other people come? Because ideas are ideas. You go somewhere beautiful, you have a million ideas. Some other people go some places, they come up with a million ideas, but the only difference is they made us act on it and get things going. That's why when we're talking about West Africa is flooded, literally, family, flooded with Lebanese, Indians, Chinese, but mainly this Lebanese, but it's flooded with this energy of foreign investments.
There's no Lebanese or Indians in Robertsport.
Not
You know?
yet.
Not yet. All you see up there is Europeans. You know,
Do you go with the family, so it's a part of the other clan. So it's just others in general. So these are things we just getting people opening minds. It's kind of like, we're trendsetters, and you're setting a tone, not saying, hey, this is the future, and you should just follow what we're telling you. We're saying that, we're looking to connect and grow into that future. As we grow into that future, we share with you and look to see more of you join the journey and join us as we work together in an incredible energy. So one of the things is that I don't want us to be a part of is that negative energy. Like I was watching that show with you earlier about the show on with Dynas. I don't know if he's have it up or if he's gonna put it back up. But it's Dynas Amir, RJ Mahdi. You got O'Shea Duke Jackson on there. You even have Quasi Boyd on there, and a few other people who don't remember their names or don't know them directly. But it was talking about the Acorn scamming based on the fact that Goldblatt did a video, talking about his experience with it, which that's what Goldblatt does. He shares his thoughts and shares information, and you can just accept it or not. But other people decide to run with it, so that made a show to where next thing people just people either defending scammers or just talking about the scamming mindset that's going on and the foolishness is going on. And we're here to attract real investors, real business people, and try to differentiate ourselves between that ourselves and the foolishness that's going on out there. So I don't know what's going on with Akon Fake City or RJ Mahdi Fake Akabalon City. It's one of those things where I saw RJ Mahdi on one of those videos, and he's just talking about him and Akon connection. It's always seemed like this guy is going around making it seem like he has all this connection. But the thing up here, brother, how can one person talk about they have all these connections and they're helping people invest, and I've gotten all these projects completed? But it's like, trust me, brother, if I don't, my Black Star Pan-African community is not even anywhere near completion. You see a few houses, you see it going from a jungle to somewhere where people can live, people are living, building their house and things like that. And I'm always excited, brother, because this is an investment that you're learning and you're growing into with your partners. But I show people that little bit of success I have. So if this guy has completed projects, where is all the completed project videos on his Instagram, his YouTube, and Facebook? So I was just talking to another of my associates earlier, man, and I was like, yo, man, this guy RJ Mahdi lies. As soon as he's open his mouth, there's nothing but lies. You can tell when he's lying because he's always consistently talking, and then you can't stop him from talking. That's when you know you got a liar going.
He's maniacal.
So that was a video, and I guess the video had to be deleted or removed or wherever it is put to where, because the dude really embarrassed himself. It's kind of like I'm one of them people that I tell people, don't let me get to you. You know what I'm saying? Don't let me get to you. You know what I mean? Just because I feel the way I feel about you. That's just how I feel about yourself, based on the fact that you messing my folks over. But he's trying very hard to prove to people that he's not who he's not by basically defending another person who, that's Go Black experience. Well, how am I going to tell that man about his experience? He's the one that invested in folks, him and his other associates. The same thing with whoever dealt with anything with Jay Morgan. My mind is
Jay Morrison.
Jay Morrison. Why am I thinking about somebody else? Must be thinking about another business. But it's like these are people experience and things like that. So, but he's clearly on something else, man. That's my little RJ Mahdi note. Well, he's not talking about business is gonna, all these about us as a people who just is like, he's just basically saying that we should be blessed and we should be happy that people like him and Akon reach out to us and brought us in and say, we're going to reach out to you and we're going to offer you a great opportunity to be a part of our great grand scheme, or more like great grand scam and things like that. And we're supposed to feel just so, so honored. And so yet RJ Mahdi, you did us a favor. You literally just gave me an opportunity to be a part of your all your different investment projects that you and your partners, and this guy is talking about all the projects he has ever gotten involved with is either completed or in completion. So again, if you're completing projects and you have completed project or project being completed, you should show your progress, because you're a YouTuber, you're a person on YouTube that's marketing your movement on YouTube, So I'm telling people basically that when you hear these people talking, this process the lies they're talking about, and then you have diners talking about people are innocent until proven guilty and things like that. This is not a court of law, you know what I'm saying? What you're dealing with is, is that what I have to do? Wait to go to a court of law to prove that people are ripping my people off and I shouldn't say anything until I go to a court of law and prove him guilty? What kind of foolishness that is, we're dealing with our own pan-African energy. We are the law, you know what I'm saying? So if you do certain things to our folks, we're gonna share with people and let people know. That's how we've always dealt with things. And I mean, what are we gonna do? Get a few fake chiefs and put them in front of us and tell them to do whatever, and then based on what they're gonna do is based on whoever gives them the most money. That's who they're gonna represent.
Even I mean, that sister probably paid off a couple of cops and they came and arrested his ass. More
than likely, you know what I'm saying, and things like that, but it's one of those situations where you do enough dirt, people gonna see who you are for who you are. And I mean, and it's not like this guy just did one project and he got caught up into something. It's multiple situations. In the greatest situation family is people like RJ Mahdi. You pay their fraudulent lifetime investment program membership, and they'll neglect your needs, and they'll also connect you with other crooks. And this is my 100% experience of dealing with them. You know what I mean? As a person, and I don't get on here and ever just sit here and talk about people like I don't agree with many things that like people like Umar Johnson talk about, and maybe Boyce Watson and other people. But you never hear me just dogging those guys out or accusing them of saying that they did certain things, because we have no affiliation and connection. The people who are going to do you wrong are the people make it seem like they know you, and it's like they're drawing you into a spider web of drawing your network to their network and getting your network involved in what they want you to do. So he's making it seem like, he's offering people a grand opportunity, like you should be just so privileged. No, homie, you need people money to invest in what you're doing. Like, to get all that land we got in Ghana, and to get all the things you need to get set up to build a repatriation program, you need other people to join with you. It's called Black Corporative Economics, but for him, it's not Black Corporative Economics. It's more like donations. So so I tell people, when you give people like himself these money, it's a donation. You don't have anything tangible. You don't have any legal paperwork, and you don't have no land, or you don't have something. Just anything tangible or services that's given to you. Because if you're paying for membership or an investment program for you to learn to be a part of living, doing business, and investing in a country like Senegal, then you communicate with people. But I'm telling people, I'm not gonna sit and just preach about this fool because he's not worth my time. But this is what these guys are up to. And then next he's on Dinah's show, just like he's on Phil's show. And I guess that's his public relations folks and things like that. But sooner or later, they're going to have to take a stand. It's just like, people talk about Saneda and Polite. Sooner or later, people have to take a stand against people who are hurting our people and things like that. So if if these are really your friends, you educate them. Like, homie, whatever you're doing, make it right with people. I don't know your dealings or whatever, make it right. That's the only thing I could tell people who are involved in these things. Just do your best to make it right. Business is tricky. Things go more wrong than they go right sometimes. Yeah. But at the same time, too, you have to build expertise and know what you're dealing with. But you can't just not be accountable. And that's what I got from him in that interview. And that's why it's not up, because he probably realized that he didn't do himself any justice. He literally just, what did he really do? He just basically, the boy basically incriminated himself.
Okay, basically he was saying that, we're doing all this for the people and whatnot. No one asked him to do that, No one asked.
Saying that is comparing himself to Garvey and all these other people, like Omar Johnson, saying that they came, they out of their heart, they did this. And I'm saying, yes, out of some of our hearts, we're doing certain things, but also we're accountable and we're also producing and showing people what we're doing. You're literally claiming that you're doing things and you're collecting people money to build investment projects. And out of all the many different projects that you talk about, you still can't show us anything that you have built or done. You literally show people, like you mentioned about that nightclub, you just prop up like like him and the owners, the true owners, like they are partners and things like that. So people have always told me that he's a fake middleman, want to be a broker and things like that. And so this stuff is tricky. So family, we want you just to be aware of these situations, because that's why we're connecting you to Liberia, because we want to connect you with an energy of a country that's not known for having scam artists, and then you had another character came on later on trying to defend the same foolishness, and I don't have any beef with him, but at the same time too, it's like, when I start talking to people, usually people text me about the people that I have around, and so I've never seen as many people text me and say, "What's this guy? Beware of him." I did certain things with him and he never came through. So you have a lot of these shady characters, and the only thing I can tell people is you have to base it on, the word and the energy that's out there. Real people and true people will always just show you what they're doing. They're always just be there and available and fight for you and things like that. And unfortunately, sometimes relationships and things go wrong in business, and you and somebody else working together, you're not, seeing good with each other. But it shouldn't be everybody. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be a consistent list of people. Like, I understand if you maybe did business with 10 people and you have a bad situation with one person, that's 10%, but not 90%. And that's basically people like RJ Mahdi's rate. So yes, he may have looked out for one or two people and talked about certain things, but where is the delivery? Why do as soon as he did a video with Phil, you started seeing people in the chat room, and they're gonna tell their stories, because some of them are not YouTubers, some of them are not making any videos and things. So the voice is not being heard, but you can see it in the chat and you can see the energy. And for people who don't believe me about this guy, what I would say to them is call him and give him $1,000, because he's gonna take it. He loves the money and he's gonna promise you all kind of things. And then call him back a month later and give him a game plan of what you need help with, and that you're coming to Senegal, and let's see how that works. So for Pro Woman J and other people want to vouch for him, go ahead and vouch for him and do that. Put your money where your mouth is, and let's see if you want to gamble with your life. So what we're looking to do, family, again, is to take you to paradise, and this is the paradise we want to take you to. I want to take you there without people trying to work you over. So we're gonna make sure that people like like RJ Mahdi, they don't come on the scene. We're gonna keep the union so strong and so tight to where con artists like RJ Mahdi can't break through and do the foolishness like he's doing in Senegal, and then his other cronies that are doing in the Gambia, two countries that are literally a heartbreak, because they were supposed to be countries for Black people to repatriate. You know what I mean? But anyway, next country up. So this is our next country up, family, Liberia, and we have all the right elements. And again, it's a unit of us. And what you know of Liberia is you don't know nothing about no people like all the people that we talk about that's doing these foolishness. So that's the great thing about it. And trust me, family, we're gonna protect you. So just look at the water. Think about us being out there in our kala, in our yachts, and enjoying beautiful paradise. Think about us there having our bikini photo shoots.
What I'm gonna say about this about Liberia is the fact that when somebody tells you that, I'm connected with a chief, and I've seen more and more Black people from America become chiefs, run from me like with a rattlesnake, a chief, when I've been made the minister of diaspora tourism and stuff like this, and so they give a chieftaincy to everybody. They got made the Chinese guy a chief, They made a white man a chief. Oh, yeah, he's a development person, whatnot. And people go along with this because a lot of our people are sick, And so what I love about Liberia is we don't have that culture of chiefs and all stuff like this. It doesn't have like that. Everything you're dealing with in a modern sense, right? If you want land, whatever like that, there's private property, private ownership, and there's public land that you could look into. There's legitimate partners and whatnot that can show you that they own this. and everything like that. So there's nobody. You're never going to see an African American crowned a chief, and so you automatically think, oh man, like look, that stuff in the modern world and modern business don't mix. They don't. That does not mix. When somebody calls himself king such and such, chief such and such, don't deal with him, right? Because he already thinks that he's above the law, above anything else, and that you're just a peasant. You know, when we deal in Liberia, right, we're dealing with people, we're the same. I'm not chief, I'm not anything like that. You know, the people I deal with in Liberia, right, these are legitimate business people, Liberians and everything like that. I don't deal with any so-called spiritual leader and everything like that, you know. So I haven't met any in Liberia so far, but in other countries, I see a lot of that, you know. Oh, we got this chief and we got this and all that, and then everything goes left. You know, everything goes left, and they wonder why this not happen. When you come to a country, I would suggest, right? This is from me, my personal opinion, right? Check in with the U.S. Embassy. You know, so take a day if you're gonna stay in Liberia for a steady period of time, right? Check in with the U.S. Embassy, right? Just go there and you go to the computer and you talk to the consulate. They record your name. They know you're in the country and everything. If something happens, they can evacuate you. Let's say if you get sick or whatever like that, and you need to be flown back to the States, where they can help you out with that and everything like this, or whatever you do. You know, always check in with your embassy and stuff like that, right? And always basically deal with lawyers and people that are reputable. You know, people that are reputable. And my goal in the BAIO Corporation in Liberia is create a database and a network of reputable people that people could plug into. So there's no thing, and lawyers, accountants, and stuff like that you could say, okay, I'm dealing with legit people, you know, and stuff like that, and be fair, be honest about what things cost, the shortcomings, and also like that, give you a full disclosure of everything, so you can make an informed decision about your investment or what you're trying to do. You're trying to buy a house, trying to buy some property, whatever like that, you know. You get everything. No, the legal ramifications, everything. You need to you do not trust anybody that basically you find on the internet and they say they're chief or they say they're that, you know, because you're making the most serious thing you could do as far as anything is moving from America to another country, particularly a developing country. And all African countries are developing, so systems don't work the way they do in America. You know. So this is what we're talking about. And so when I see all these cases, right? Like the brothers who got the Hebrew brothers that got their compound, right? Now get this, it's been 4 months. We haven't heard anything about it. What happened to justice? We just basically, back in the days, the Klan would come to a black town, burn it down, and we just, we can't do nothing about it. Oh, we should do it. These guys put 25 years in the property, and overnight they come in, and I try to ask, well, okay, let's say you want them to leave. Why are people still running? I'm seeing people running away with computers and stuff like that. Well, you got to understand. So me personally, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. I don't care. And you have black people in Ghana saying, well, you know, because they're sick. And the same people talking that stuff like that, now the same thing might happen to them in a Sable. And so, like I said, people are sick. You know, our people are sick. You know, I think when you go to Africa right now, you should not lose your dignity and your respect.
There you go. That's why we are building a whole new energy for your family, and that's why we're showing you paradise versus other stuff. But that situation there in Cape Coast, it's all a little tricky and a lot of politics and foolishness that I don't have full clarity of myself. But my direct point about those situations is that we're repatriating. We shouldn't have to go through any of it at all. You know, regardless of whatever. You know, whether it's Echo Simpson saying this or what he's saying, or Go Black, or the people in between and things like that. So it's unfortunate, but the best we can do, family, as me and my good brother Kala Genesis is working together, is to find you peace, paradise, and find you just something exceptional. So that's what we're working on, and that's why we have the title up tonight about Liberia, the Promised Land, or a Journey to the Promised Land. So let me show you some more of this beautiful promised land, and then I'll take you to further down the coast. So we show Sunset Beach, right?
Yeah.
So there we go, family.
Oh, right there.
Look very untapped. Yes.
So we checked in, we ate, we changed our clothes. Now we're just gonna relax on the beach and enjoy our stay at Nana's Lodge.
Not the land, not the nature.
After relaxing, swimming, and then
All right, brother, I'm gonna switch over to another one. And this one is gonna be in a different area. So this is that list of videos. Here we go. And there you go, brother. Sunset Beach Resort in Buchanan. So as you mentioned, family, what I'm doing is I'm just showing some aspects of the itinerary, the tropical part and things like that. It's not exactly the roots and culture part, but we have a long list of things. I mean, this is literally a journey where we're looking to take you all around the country. You know, we have a good 9 days, so we're gonna make sure you get all of these wonderful energies. But what you want to share about Sunset Beach in Buchanan, and then also let us know how far it is from Monrovia.
It's a ways from Monrovia.
And then what county is it's in?
Grand Bassa County. Okay, and also it's right past Edina. Edina was a settlement built in 1850 by President Joseph John Cheeseman. Right, it's still there. Brick churches, everything like that, and just amazing when you see how the architecture and stuff like that still stands after all this time. And it's the home of the Bassa people. You know, the Bassa tribe. And it has a lot of inland waterways. It has three different, it has a river, estuary, and the ocean on one side and everything like that. And the girl that did the videos, right? I told her, I said, look, you know, next time, I said, I'd like to go on a boat ride. I wasn't going to a boat ride. For her, you know, I didn't have the time though. So I wanted to go down there and go on a boat ride, right? And she had a motorized craft on there. But the only thing I was concerned about was she didn't have any life jackets. And I said, look, that water looks really deep, you know, in the estuary. I said, I can't get on a boat without a life jacket. You know, I refuse to do that. She said, yeah, we're going to look into that. You know, I said, but other than that, it was a beautiful video and shows you Edina. You can see Edina and you can see Bassa Cove and all the stuff like that, you know, right from the boat. You know, so that might be something we might get into, a boat ride thing. That's not too far from Sunset Beach. You know, but
and you know, a little short ride out is always good.
Yeah. So what I love about Bassa Sunset Beach is there was a video that was out years ago, right? and made me fall. It came out like 2012, and this Liberian was like, "Man, this is paradise. We go like this." That's when I said, "Yeah." That's when Liberian said, "We got a lot here." One night, let's see if I can find this video. Let's see if I can find this video. It was.
Talking. This. You can send it to me, and we'll plug it in. And then what I'll do, family, is I'm gonna share this nice, wonderful video of Sunset Beach with you, and let you know about these parts of Liberia we're going to be visiting. And once again, we're just showing you some of what we have on itinerary. It's a lot of different things, and I'll get some more videos of some of the routes and parts of the journey.
I found this video from 13 years ago.
Yeah, just mute it and then just send it to me, and we're good.
All
right.
Yana, this is your girl Elaine Reeves, and we are at the Sunset Resort in Buchanan City, and today is the relaunch jamboree of the Sunset Resort. And take a look at this place. Oh my God, it is so awesome, and it's a breath of fresh air. I can hear Mother Nature calling my name right here. And today we're here for the relaunch jamboree, as I said, and just stay with us. There are a lot of wonderful things coming up, and we're just having fun on this beautiful sunny day. We are still here at the Sunset Beach Resort right here in Buchanan City, Liberia. And I'm standing with Cameron and Melvin, the owner and a partner of the resort right here in Liberia. So Cameron, what motivated you to get into the resort business?
Well, for my wife and I, who are both the owners on this, we wanted to bring something to Liberia that was unique. And an opportunity for people in Liberia that are otherwise, unemployed and there's no real existing opportunity to be able to let them come in and help build our resort. And it's Liberia. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful countries in Africa.
All right. And also, Melvin, you were you're a professional footballer, and I know that you've retired now. What got you into the resort business from soccer, and now you're a partner to Cameron?
Like Cameron said, we got into this to make a change, impact on people in this local community. We got into it to improve lives, to improve their social ability in this area, in the Bagolan community to be precise. Okay. So for us, it's a pleasure to come here and make that work.
Cameron, why Liberia, and why you decided to come in West Africa, precisely Liberia?
Well, I came here in 2017 for a work opportunity, but why precisely Liberia is because I've traveled all over the world. I've been to Mexico, I've been to Europe, I've been everywhere. And this is by far the most beautiful place I've ever visited.
Wow. Okay. And also, I know there are some challenges that you go through. Every business faces challenges, whether before or now. And looking at the fact that we just got through a pandemic, how has these things affected your business?
It definitely delayed us coming by 1 year. But as you can see, the beach is packed. COVID is real, but it's not here. And so we decided, look, there's no opportunity like now to just go and make this happen. So we said, all right, let's take a chance and go and make it happen.
Okay, so what can you say to interest people into coming to Buchanan? What is interesting about Buchanan?
Well, Buchanan specifically has so many opportunities for people that want to invest their money.
Okay.
And this is where Liberia and Buchanan, it's at its infancy. So right now is the time. There's going to be a massive boom of infrastructure and job opportunities here. So we feel like we're right at the beginning of that, ready to capture an audience that will be an international audience.
Okay, and what makes Sunset Beach Resort different from every other resort?
Well, as you can see, what we're trying to incorporate is the natural feel of Liberia, but
Okay.
also a resort style that you would see in Tulum, Mexico, from the Nest and Mystique and Papaya Playa project. Something different. And I think that's what appeals to people, is when you can provide something different, it's attractive to them.
True, like being distinct is
Yeah,
quite attractive.
for sure.
Yeah, I can see that you're going about doing some constructions here. What are your future plans, and where do you get your ideas and inspiration from for the construction?
So our future plans are to expand down both directions of the beach.
Okay.
We would love to bring in more bungalows. We'd love to bring in 2-story condos and opportunities for people to invest in those, to where we can manage their bungalows or their condos and they just get a return on investment.
Okay.
Our inspiration comes from my wife and I sitting down and spending hours and hours and hours at looking at the finest resorts and taking samples of each and saying, this is what we like, this is our taste, this is our style, and this is what we feel would be best in Liberia.
Okay, so Melvin, as a former professional soccer player, now you're into the resort business. Can you tell me, do you enjoy being into the resort business as compared to the soccer? Let's just do some comparison.
No, not compared to soccer. Soccer, I've been my life like from kid.
Okay.
You score more goals in soccer than you do in resort building.
But right now, it's my life. I'm dedicated to it. This is my livelihood. This is how I survive right now. So I give everything. I give 100% to it, and I enjoy doing it 100%.
Okay, so you enjoy doing it. What are some of the things that you enjoy doing about into this whole resort business?
Oh, I enjoy like starting it from scratch, and at the end of the day, I can see this structure that people will come and admire, that people will come and take pictures and say, oh yes, it was done by Melvin and Cameron.
All right.
Yeah.
So how are the pour in of people as it relates to on a daily basis or on a weekly basis? How is it like? How is business?
You know, we're just starting, right? So one thing is we were not in a rush to build the resort.
Okay.
But as demand came in, there was a lack of supply. So with any business, you have to have a supply if there's a demand.
True.
And so we said, all right, well, let's open it small, let people come, enjoy it on the weekdays, while we're even under construction. But on the weekends, let's kind of stop construction and let them come in and just enjoy. I mean, this is one of the finest beaches in all of Liberia.
True.
And it has a reputation. I mean, you can ask people in different parts of the world and they've heard of Sunset Beach.
Okay. So what are some of the activities that goes on here?
On a regular basis?
On a regular basis, like some of the things that you do here that are fun, that people can get attracted to. I see some canoes there.
Sure. So in the long term, we'll have paddle boards. Hopefully we'll have some jet skis. We have canoe rides. This particular piece of property has a river behind it as well.
Oh, wow.
So we want to do like a romantic candlelight canoe ride down the river, offer some offshore fishing, and also for those who just want to relax. Like, this is the perfect place to relax.
Okay, and today there's an event here, and it's the relaunch Jamboree of the Sunset Beach Resort. Melvin, can you throw light on the relaunch and the Jamboree that's happening today? What are some of the activities that people can expect and the fun stuff that are going to happen here today?
Oh yeah, there's a whole lot happening here today. We're having Liberia best artist right now, Native. We'll be performing live here at the Sunset Beach.
Okay.
We have Liberia best DJ Nelly. We'll be performing here. We have the local biggest star. He's called T Crack, the guy that made a song Coming Back to Piano.
And mention Sunset Beach.
Beach and all of that. He'll be performing here as well, and he will be here live. It will be fun. We'll have drinks on sale. We have food on sale. There's a lot going on.
We're just going to take parting statement from you, Cameron.
Well, you know, I think one important thing for people to understand about this beach or Liberia in general is don't look at Google, don't look online and come to your own conclusions about what Liberia is. Sure. That's not what it is. That's Liberia's past. When you look at Charles Taylor documentaries and Ebola, those are things of the past. This is a brand new country that's developing, and it's about ready to have a massive economic boost.
True. Melvin?
For my end, I would say welcome to Sunset Beach. Have fun, enjoy yourself. It's a great time. We are open to the public, especially the weekends. You can come here, you can drive. We did the road. The road is done like 85%. So we are open to the public, and I say welcome once more.
All right, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're here having fun, and I can literally hear Mother Nature calling my name and feel so refreshed. This is the feeling to expect when you come here at the Sunset Beach Resort. So wherever you're watching from around the world, feel free and feel very relaxed to come and visit Liberia. And do not forget to come to Buchanan City Sunset Resort.
I like that song right there that you're about to play. That song, I love that song right there.
Perfect. Let me finish playing it.
That was my theme song.
Exclusive beat.
Brabby, why you taking? Oh, man, picking anything. Okay, get my Brabby, water, like drink. When I bought what I want in my big next day. Oh, Brabby. How can you know that you not know what it? When you say answer, you my alley exclusive. Love is sweet and sure I know. So I enjoy my life. Because anytime I can go. Love you and leave me. Let me do me.
The other weekend, I will enjoy myself. The way the business start going, I will feel myself. My money I'm finna buy money from yourself.
So I hate the club. People were dancing, but I choose to stay on set because I went there for something. Then I saw they find get what kayaking. I won't go ask it. I said, let me try my luck and see. Maybe she agree. Then I cry and come to see someone who I let them holler. So I talk to myself, let me be your man. Mamu fair, you go be your man. You go be your.
I've been in and out of therapy with BetterHelp for a few years now, and it's made.
I love that song and whatnot, you know.
This was also one of those other video. I got the video that you sent me, so I'm gonna play it. It should be loaded on this playlist.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to show the background. Did you go down to Sunset Beach?
Oh no, it was the view is really, really nice. The guy was just basically saying, "Well, we need some investors, whatever, like that."
Like white guy was very impressed.
Yeah,
He was breaking it down based on his experience traveling.
Yeah, so he knows Liberia's going to be going through a boom, you know, and tourism and stuff like that.
He went right to the point. But that's how it starts, family. It start with a beach area looking like this, where you have 1 or 2 resorts next thing you know, it looks like it looked like Negril or Montego Bay, Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the potential.
Building condos, yachts and boat rides and stuff like that, you know. So, like I said, you can experience all this, you know, in a country that you have a history in, you know. So like I said, I think in light of what we saw today on Diane's show, it was going to have to happen, you know. Something new is happening.
Of West Africa's.
All right, just trying to make sure that is muted. No, it's just it loaded back to the playlist. It did a weird turn, but I'm scrolling down to some of the latest videos that was added. I got one here, the beaches of Grambassa. So, let me just show that video.
That sent you.
Yes, but you may want to do something a little newer and more vivid. But this will work. I'll still play it. Just
get
a nice view of it.
Ooh, I missed it. It is beautiful.
Yeah, this person get an F in film recorded. Like like, dude, hold the camera correctly. We can always find something better off the beaches of Rambasa. I'll tell you, it's gonna send me some.
I was just saying that, and this was like 13 years ago.
That's when you.
This is paradise, my people.
We'll find something new.
Paradise. I thought I saw it all in the Caribbean, the Dominican Republic, but God, this is it. Paradise. Now, can you imagine building a beach resort up here? Millions to be made. Prime, pristine property.
All right, so what I did, Kala, is loaded all these videos into the playlist. So this was one of the next videos of this is just showing RLJ Kenja Resort and Villas. So family, that's where that's our main stay there in Liberia. We talked about different things that we're staying.
Off, right? When Robert Johnson invested in Kendeja, that's what brought all these other investors in and say, because it was such a success, you know, rooms booked up every night. That's when everybody else said, oh, we can make money in Liberia, and other people start coming. So Liberia owes a lot to Robert Johnson, you know, for starting this, you know.
Oh yes, absolutely. That was literally one of the first few times I actually heard Liberia, and that's when the information was out on from the flying to Liberia, from Delta Airlines flying to there to the things you see in the press, but that was based on him and his connection. So yeah, a visionary. So let me know if you want to share any pre-information about the resort itself. Have you, like your experience visiting there? Did you eat something there? Did you get a drink?
I ate there. I ate there before I had that fish dinner. Really, really good. Whatnot, like I said, it's a beach. It's really beautiful, like all Liberian beaches. Beaches don't have any rocks, like Sunset Beach or Robertsport, but it's really, really, the beach is really, really clean. They have an outdoor cots, that you can lay on and stuff like that. They have the volleyball net up and everything. They got the pool, and it's really, really, really sweet. They got the bar, really nice bar there, restaurant, conference room, the bungalows we stay in, so you can come outside in the morning. It's just like not at the beach anyway, but much more luxurious. You come outside and whatnot. You're looking right at the ocean. Every room faces the ocean. For the most part. And so you come outside and whatnot. You look at the water. You're right there on the water, and it's really, really beautiful. It's really contagious. Really, really beautiful. As far
perfect. So the beauty, so it'd be perfect for our photo shoots and pool parties and swim shoots on the beach, because we're going straight. All different style of just documentation. I mean, look from it is beautiful from the information as far as other videos I've watched.
Night parties and whatnot on the beach.
Yes, exactly. So it's our mainstay. So when we're there, like example, when we're there in One Africa in Ghana. It's not a beach where it's like here where you can. I don't know if you can swim here. I was told you can, but
swim.
But the good thing of it is, you have a pool, which you can. There's some people just not ready for the ocean. But the good thing of it is you can, even if it's not a swimming beach, you can walk on the beach and things like that. That's the main thing. And it may not be a swimming beach because I don't know, but that's what one person told me. But I don't know for sure that is. You'll see the footage to where you see people walking, and the goal is just to, show the beauty, show you this relaxing in paradise, kicking back,
people swim,
running on the beach, doing volleyball, whatever, maybe playing soccer, and just out in nature. Just want to make sure people understand that, as we try to build a repatriation it's always somewhere very tropical where you can just enjoy. You can enjoy beautiful fruits and vegetables. Also, just enjoy the beautiful sunset and just enjoy a perfect weather. But yes, Carla, let me just play this so we can see the fullness of the video, family, of this wonderful resort where we're gonna be enjoying our journey of a lifetime to Liberia. So I want to let you know that our goal is to give you the best accommodations. Yes, Carla, that was awesome, man. So as you can see, Carla, as we're showing everyone, based on our accommodations, all the things you see, that's what we're gonna be doing. Whether it's walking on the beach, enjoying the pool for our pool party, business conference in the conference room, you just enjoying your spa, your massages, all that good stuff, and then you just enjoying fine dining. So that's what we are looking to do. So that's a big part of it, because a lot of things are gonna be done right there on that resort. So based on that promo video, is that how you felt when you got to the resort?
Oh yeah. But they didn't have the dancers and stuff like that there.
Oh, they didn't give you the royal welcome?
No, I just went there. I didn't stay there. I just went there. I guess that for the people who paid, whatever, like they got that.
Those are things that we can always arrange. We pay a dance group to do a welcome dance. So those are the things. That's always. We just work on that itinerary. So when you come in with us, you get a special welcome and things like that. So we haven't finalized what we'll all talk and work it out. But these are the things that we just want people to know, that hey, you're gonna be this welcome, you're gonna be accommodated, and you're gonna have be comfortable in the country. So far, I haven't shown anybody anything that you should be scared to not come to Liberia with us.
Right.
Everything has been good, positive, and so that's what we're looking to do. So because I always want to let people know, regardless of whether they feel certain countries are richer, certain countries are poorer or richer, our goal is to accommodate you. So you can be in the nicest country and people put you in raggedy hotels.
Right.
Here, as you can clearly see, this is what you're getting. you're getting 4-star luxury.
Remember the white guy said, the white guy Cameron said, he said, don't listen to, when you talk about Liberia, don't go Google and everything like that.
Oh yes, the last video on Sunset Resort.
I like that. That's what Liberia has an image problem, you know. And you come here when it's like there's nothing like. I didn't know what to expect when I went there. You know, I thought I was expecting the worst. You know.
Exactly. You a key point, and the same thing I'm always telling you about the image situation. So you know, the good thing of it is, based on some of the videos we have shown, it shows a positive image, right? And then there's way more. There's not more videos than that. And you know, as time go along, you know, more and more people are doing these things, and so we encourage more and more people to keep doing more and sharing it, because in the search engines, you know, you gotta beat all the negative stuff in the search engine by putting out positive and upbeat, fresh. So even all the things that we talk about that's on the itinerary, those are all videos, and you just title them, and then we already have a bunch of videos where we're talking about the preparation of Liberia. So it's you know, it's growing now, as you know, you mentioned, as we see it little by little, and we just keep pushing, because as we keep on building it, we keep on putting together tools of this presentation and things. And as you can see, even when we first started, you know, you don't have an itinerary, you don't have certain things. You build it, you grow it, and so the good thing is, you know, sometimes you know, you have to have some of these white people to say it on record, and maybe that's what I need to try get. I need to start getting some white folks to
oh, white man say it. Yeah, watch your phone ring off the hook now. You know.
I'm gonna talk to Wayne about that. I'm like, Wayne, good job, man. You know, you got to get international investors to sell it. Like, you know, why did you put all this money together to build a resort in Liberia?
Yeah, he said he's been all over the world, man. He's like, you know, because he probably got at a good price and everything. And
yeah, I'm sure he got a good price, because there's not much out there right now.
Right.
So other than this incredible beauty, but it's not a whole bunch of development.
So 10 years from now, he won't be able to do that. You know, 10 years from now, you know.
And that's what I was saying about places like Negril and you know, Montego Bay, places that, you know, probably wasn't as developed, you know, like that 30 years ago, 40 years ago. And even when we talk about Dubai, that's the fishing village. So just let people know that it's, you know, all these things are based on our vision. So as we build in this Liberia energy, me and Kala, our goal is to attract other people to join the party. Like, Kala, you and I can't have all the fun. It's too much fun.
Like I said, and people really thinking about going selling in Africa. They can't think of a more perfect country than Liberia. You know, unless you like going through what you go through in other countries and getting scammed and everything like that. You know.
Well, yeah. One of the things I did was telling somebody, like, you know what? Honestly, you know, you know, we don't hear any, like, you know, like when I go places and they have countries, you know, like I remember trying to go somewhere and trying to ship some items. They had a list of countries that they're banned, and when you hear about the scams, you know, and things like that, or people from America going to Africa and getting shaken down, you actually Liberia doesn't make those lists.
Yeah.
You know? So that's one of the key things, family. So what we're gonna do is make sure we keep out the, you know, because, you know, once things start growing, you know, you have the vultures out there.
Yeah, they'll be out there.
They'll leave from Senegal and the Gambia, and they're like, you know what? You know, let our Senegal and Gambia connection. You know, I'm talking about RJ Madi and his cronies in other countries. Literally, they're gonna, like, you know, they're gonna be like, you know, ain't no better meat than fresh meat.
And I always say, why is it that they always want Black America? Because, you know, you can't go to a Nigerian and say, buy this, because Nigeria's like, I don't need to buy your property.
O'Shea broke it down today when we were watching that show on Dynasty, man. O'Shea, I wish I had a copy of O'Shea recording, man. You know, because those things need to be said, man. They play encourage your boy to put it up, man. Encourage him, like, yo, man, the truth needs to be said. I mean, enough of us watched it already. We know what we saw.
Said what was said, man. Ain't going away.
Ain't going away.
Everybody saw that video today, man. You know, saw that shit.
The good thing is, I appreciate you alerting me, because when you alert me, I was like, yo, it took away some time from my day, which I'm upset about. But it's one of the few times when those things happen. But I actually just appreciate watching it, because I was literally telling O'Shea about this dude via text when he made the video of both of us and things. I just told him, hey, share whatever, because one thing about me, I'm not gonna spend none of my quality time talk about anybody who's just not, who just is just a nice, good person who are trying to just build anything with our people. You gotta be, you gotta hit my network and people like, I'm around just directly hard, or you have to just come at us hard, and just really just kind of just rob us and shake us down and rip us off, and not deliver and take advantage of our folks before I say certain things.
So what I want to talk about is this, right?
Yeah, but what I'm just make sure I'm saying now, because literally O'Shea literally just explained the full breakdown of the mindset of people who just are smooth talkers and just and literally just play that that defensive role that people like Akon is not doing what he's doing. I don't know what Akon is doing, but the thing of it is, someone who went through the situation as Go Black, based on his video, that's what he shared. So I shared certain things directly. I told O'Shea, this is what happened directly. So he got my point I shared, and whatever RJ decided to share, he shared, and I guess he listened to it. But he literally is tired of folks just playing these games with our people, making it seem like they're saviors and they're here to just literally just pass along, literally just a blessing up an opportunity, and I cared about you because I want you to be a part of our community and things like that. I mean, these are the tactics and the science that people use to get people, and it works. So that's what I'm just doing my part, family, and sharing that that things aren't always what it seems when these people are presented. And that video that Dinah had today really just show you the true RJ Mahdi. But nevertheless, man, my brother Kala.
Yeah. Also,
back to the regular scheduled program.
I want to say is that another thing is this, like when we talk about repatriation, I think you should feel some sort of peace. If you don't feel peace, don't let anybody shame you for feeling or thinking a certain way, And then we have these things, they say, oh, that's all in your mind. You're just like this. They browbeat people to submission to, oh yeah, I've been out here for the people. You ain't doing shit, And they'll do that. Omar Johnson's out here building for good. Omar Johnson, I sent you a picture, right? Wifey number 31. Remember that? Sucre Khanna, he's when Umar Johnson is a plain out bum. And he defends.
Yes, I remember.
And so I'm saying to myself, when you defend people like Umar Johnson and all stuff like this, and Jay Morrison and all these other clowns, and these people are doing this for people. Nobody ever asked you, to do this, right? And everything in the Kama Sutra and the Diamond Sutra always say, look, when you look at a person, they do something right. If a man could live without gain means that somebody could be nice, whatever like that, right? But he's always looking to gain your confidence, gain money, gain prestige, whatever like that. And they cover and mask it up as they're doing you a favor or they're doing this for people. No, you're doing this for your personal aggrandizement and your personal gain. Now, if you basically say, I'm a businessman, that's fine, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it works, and I can accept that, right? But you say that I'm here because I'm trying to help the community, and I'm trying to help you, I'm trying to do this, I'm giving this, and then when it doesn't work and people question you, I didn't have to do this, I have to do this, it's the onus is on you because you're not doing anybody anything. You're gaining. People are losing.
Yes, and that's the key point. When they don't want no one to keep them accountable. You know what I mean? And then as soon as you check them and keep them accountable, yes, that's his response. And this is like that's what he is. He's classic at doing that. You know what I mean? Make it, you know, and it's unfortunate, man. I mean, I don't think he, you know, it's kind of like being an alcoholic and you just literally just in denial, you know, and you just won't face the fact that, you know, you are really this bad person.
And not only that,
and you really think that you're good and things like that, and it's just not working.
He's with somebody like Akon that has no respect, no love for Black America, and jealous of Black America. You know, and that's the same situation I said with Dynas with Lou Major. You know, how is this guy your partner when this guy said on camera on the show that African Americans, to save black race, African Americans need to be like a good 40% of them need to be exterminated. That's genocide stuff. And Akon, I'm seeing that same dislike.
I mean, the first thing I'm questioning, just like, you know, today is like, Dynas, what's up, man? Because one of the things, you know, is like, yo, homie, you just, I mean, what do you stand for?
Right. Well, so the bottom line is this. I'm saying if that's in your heart and your soul and everything like that, you don't like Black America, blah, blah, blah. You know, Akon doesn't like Black America. I don't know if RJ does or not. I can't prove that. Well, I don't know what's in his heart. He never said anything like that, but he knows Akon says stuff about Black America, and Black America ain't shit. Nigerians are the smartest people on earth. So if Nigerians so smart, then why is it that he's looking for Black America to come and live in Akon City? Why can't he get you know? Well, leave us alone then.
These are the big time questions, my youth. You know what I'm saying? You literally gotta, that's what we're trying to tell people, like family. You know, you hear us say a lot of things, but you just gotta just follow the flow of what's going on. You just gotta connect the basic dots of the situation of what these people are doing. These people literally are playing psychology, making it seem like you need them when they need you. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Or I should say, literally just making it seem like you know, that we need them as, you know, as people who are supposed to be doing all these great investments and these great ventures, you know, but when they really need us as a people, because there's no banks or any institution or just any famous or rich people or successful people that would ever invest in these people. I mean, because they don't have a track record of delivering anything. And I mean, I understand that, you know, when you're in the grassroots or when you're just starting from the beginning, you got to build something because, you know, so this is their way. Their way is just to literally just, you know, remember we were watching that video on O'Shea. O'Shea been dropping it lately, man. You're going to have to up O'Shea's score in this Pan-African report card.
I give his Pan-African report card after today an A+. You know?
O'Shea, man.
Yeah, bottom line is this, the Pan-African movement needed that. You know, and the bottom line is nobody is I'm doing this and I'm doing that and everything like that. The bottom line is all these people put themselves out, and Umar doesn't even have to do anything really. Like I said, I
call both of them out and explain it to. I mean, not just call people out just to be calling people out family. I'm talking about scientifically just explaining the mindset of these people, how they try to flip the trick on you and make it seem like, you know what I mean, they're so, and also they'll go as far when they do you wrong, they'll make it seem like they're the victims.
I say like this: if we talk about the brother made a comment, Emperor, whatever like that. He said, "How come the Pan-African world's not talking about this?" That's a good question, right? How come nobody that calls on Pan-African on YouTube talking about what's going on in Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and the wars about to brew in the French? It's because nobody's serious about this Pan-African movement, right? And if somebody calls himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism, right? What do you think this guy would know on there talking about, I know what's going on? Umar has never done anything, as I've seen, right? All he knows how to do is the white man's taking over Africa, the Chinese, the black people, but like this. He goes to the Jamaica, Caribbean. The Chinese own it. Niggas, what the fuck? We know that shit, you know? Tell us something we don't know. You know, that's as far as Pan just telling us how we getting our ass kicked, you know? And look, the bottom line is this. Somebody who's talking about Pan-Africanism will talk about infrastructure, you know? What's Umar Johnson's policy on energy, you know? Is he a hydroelectric type of guy? Is he a nuclear guy, you know?
It's not going to get into any sustainable living talk. This talk is all the theory and science about Pan-Africanism. It's not about practical nation building Pan-Africanism.
Right. So when you talk about Pan-African nation building, right? You release like the BAIO for years. All we talked about had discussions for hours, right, on Blog Talk Radio about debates about what's the best electrical system. What's more sustainable, what's more buildable, what's more doable, what's more this. We talked about water. We talked about this, and I came up. I said, look, we could drill water. The Sahara Desert. Gaddafi built aqueducts and the thing, solved green the Sahara Desert. The Kalahari has billions of cubic feet, and water could be the number one resource in Africa if it's developed. Why is it that the Pan-African world is not studying STEM and science? And how can we basically use permaculture? The state of Israel, right, planted 600 million trees in the Negev desert and greened the desert, using permaculture,
Exactly. That's one of the best methods you have. You got to keep, like all of nature we have in West Africa, just keep the nature, keep the energy beautiful, and keep planting trees, and even more important, plant more fruit trees.
Check this out. Ethiopia, right? Do you know that they could basically take little things like little tree stumps, right, from the air, right, and drop like millions of them on the ground, right, and they go into the soil, right, and next thing you know, trees will come up. So even if you're cutting down trees, right, you could replant trees, do an aerial drop. Ethiopia is doing that, and then stuff like that. There's all that I thought that the Pan-African world was like, wow, man, you mean tell me this? Look, let me tell you something. Years ago, when I started doing CD, AutoCAD, and sketch cities and everything like that, I used to be on different sites, and all I see is Asian guys designing new cities and stuff like that, and Asian white boys sitting there talking about, yeah, this is a new city. How do you think Dubai got built? A bunch of computer geeks and nerds sat down and said we could do this, blah, 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 and then they eventually gave it to somebody, some Oman, wherever like that, said, it's a good idea, and they got engineers checked it out. Let's go do this. Where are our geeks and nerds in the Pan-African world that design? We had some guy in the BAIO. That's where Jonathan Hill joined us, and he started doing. He said he went to school. John Hill went to school to do urban planning and stuff like that. I said we need people that could design cities and towns, stuff like that, model cities and towns, stuff like that, And that's where Jonathan Hill came in, and he designed. And him and Amel Sestak was designing prototype cities and stuff like that that we could build and stuff like that, And so I'm saying to myself, that's what the Pan-African world is all about, the future. I'm not saying everybody needs to do that, but tell me why there's nobody outside the BAIO that talks like that, that talks about infrastructure, that talks about smart cities and all stuff like this, How are we going to build black families again? Build black families, question we ask, do we build horizontally? That means build out, right? In Africa, we have a lot of land, so we can build out. But, and like I was telling you this afternoon, right? Building vertically means you have more densely populated area, right? Asians build vertically. That means people live in high-rise apartment buildings, right? So you got more people in one area, so that cuts down on transportation and stuff like that, and the economy grows better because people have less distance to go from the market to the house, to school, everything. They're in one little area, So what's the future? Should we basically keep building Africa like European countries, right? Or should we look at the Asian model, right? A lot of Africans and black people don't like apartment building. Now, in Angola, they built a whole city, mostly apartment buildings, right? And they're moving people in now, because they said the Chinese built that city, Kamunda, right? And people started to live there now. Nice, brand new apartments and everything, nice inside, And so they said, okay, yeah, we this is apartment living and everything like that. We have to get used to it. You have to educate people, right? How to live in apartment buildings, what's the proper way how to live in an apartment in an area and stuff like this. So do we basically just expand on what the Europeans left us, where everybody trying to build a house and a big house and everything, or do we basically build housing to give everyone a high standard of living. You know, but these are the questions we'll ask. Some people might say, you know something, Africa got plenty of land. You know, we're not Asia, which is Asian countries are small and everything. We got plenty of land resources. So what? We could expand out, you know, but that means more roads, more pipes, more everything, you know, and it costs more and development will take slower. But in a smaller area, right, when you build mostly vertically, right, you could develop faster. They say you could build. There's smart cities now that can be built within 2 years. That's the technology's out right now. You know, the cities already, the buildings, everything all come prefabricated, everything. Boom, boom, boom. We lay the fiber optics, lay the pipeline, everything. They start putting buildings up or not, lay sewer lines, subway system, everything. They could build smart. I seen videos on the Ning site, right, where they could build a smart city, right, a futuristic smart city. But then some people say, well, no, black people don't want to live like that. You know, they want to live like that, like Disney. Like people say, like in Disney, no one wants to live like that. You know, Disney's crazy. He's insane. You know, but what did Asia do? They looked at the Disney Epcot model, right, and that's when they started building thing in Singapore, a place like that, and they lifted millions of people out of poverty. You know, but we can't keep going on suburban sprawl and stuff like that because it's not sustainable, and that's why Africa is not developing with us because the model we choose to use. But these are some of the questions, right, that I like to see the people in the Pan-African world talk about. What kind of Africa do you want? How do you want to modernize, right? You know, do we want cars or do we want public transportation? Do we want light rails or monorails? So I mean, John Castro, friends for years. He tried for years to get his monorail thing going in Lagos, right? But it didn't work.
What happened? Where's the road bumps? I thought Nigerians have all of the money for him.
Yeah, you know, I thought they were so smart, you know. He had he showed me his monorail project. They said it's a good idea, but they don't have the political will. And then they built the monorail system in Ogun State. It wasn't completed because the new administration came in and it got incomplete because they took all the money and left. You know, and so I'm saying to myself, you know, it is what it is. These are conversations we have. Echo Atlantic, right? After all these years, only got 3 raggedy buildings up. You know, you know. So these are sort of questions we have. Don't tell me about Omo Niger and all stuff like that, right? And the country looks like shit. Look at Calabar and the Tanaba city, right? That was supposed to be a theme park, everything like that. They had everything. They had the overhead cable things, everything, a monorail, everything like that. Everything. They put $500 million into that, right? Now it's collecting, going back into the weeds. A new film studio, everything. You know? These are the questions the Pan-African world need to be talking about. You know, we don't need another Akon city and all stuff like that. You know, let's work on Echo Atlantic first. You know, let's work on Echo Atlantic first. You know, before we talk about Akon City. If the Nigerians so smart, Akon City, just help build that. You know, Echo Atlantic. You know. And then when Echo Atlantic up and running down the road, if you want to feel Akon City, then you go that, right? But show a model first. These are the questions, right, and the conversations the Pan-African world need to be talking about. You know, I'm very practical. People say, well, colleges and fans, like, no, I'm very practical and real. You know, I believe in building what we have first. Liberia is something we have already. Let's build here first, you know. Let's build here first. Let's build here. Let's help build this country first. And then we could think about expanding and building other things when we got the numbers and the momentum.
Perfect, color. Well said. And that connects us to, an encouraging video of the year of the diaspora. So this is another encouragement energy to get more of us to open our mind, be focused on Liberians, join us on this union of repatriation and this investment and this nation building in Liberia. So we have laid out all the elements on, and all of the great possibilities. So the next thing is that make things move and change is us as a people showing up. So as they do these different. You have the diaspora, and as time go along, yeah, you know, we have to all work together to boost the tourism. So, yes, my brother, it's another one of this nice promo video, and join the year of the diaspora.
In 1821, a home was birthed in Providence Island. A home that once stood as the pinnacle of Africa's decolonization. A home that has persisted in the face of atrocities and today remains more united than ever. A home where nature, culture, landscape, beaches, and history await a glorious moment to be lived. At the pinnacle of 200 years, Liberia is excited to welcome Africans in the diaspora home again. Let's return to where it all started. Come, rediscover and rebuild the land which has so much more to offer. Explore attractions, taste our food, experience our culture, and impact our communities. Let's go home. Visit Liberia, December 2021 through December of 2022, the year of the diaspora. For more information.
Well, that looks beautiful right there. Elizabeth Village Resort. You know where that's at? So yes, Carla, just I'm trying to unmute you.
No, I'm sorry about that. I was saying that there's so many resorts in Liberia. When I was there, I was like, oh, wait, you see these nice hotels. What's that? What's that? What's that? There's so many there, you know. You won't believe how many is there. And just that if you don't know they're there, whatnot, you know, you would never think they were there. You know, so
it's right here on the lake. So the ideal thing, you know, you got jet ski, you got boats, you know, and things like that. And you just have a sea safari experience, and you just also this in nature, tropical environment. But that's like a little small island, but you know, so that's what we talk about family. As time go along, these things that they build, they grow, and what we want to do, we want to have some Black ownership from our network to participate in some of these ventures, and this only thing we can do is just take you to a lot of these places. So the goal is just try to just introduce people to as much as you can do, you know what I mean, as far as dinner, lunch, you know, and different places you're gonna stay. And that's the best way, you know, in a short period of time, you know, 9-10 days, you can just see a whole lot. So be prepared and ready for the journey. Yeah, after diaspora.
Yeah, that year was something else. There was so many people in Liberia, 2022, you know. There's so many people celebrating from all over the world, coming there and stuff like that. You know, it was like, wow, you know. So Liberia really stepped this game up that year, you know. The idea of this is a birthplace of repatriation and pan-africanism. Now Sierra Leone's talking about doing something to commemorate, you know, Freetown. They're trying to basically like that because, you know, it's like everything in Africa can't always be about the slave trade. There's also a repatriation history, you know, a returning history, you know. This history is very, very important. Part of the Black story, you know. Our ancestors helping build modern Africa. Liberia is a birthplace of modern Africa. You know, modern Africa, modern systems of government, modern systems of trade, modernity in Africa, you know. And to this day, after all these years, 176 years, this republic still stands. While you see coup d'etats in other countries in Africa, and not to make light of that or anything like that, but there's got to be something about Liberia. And the fact of the matter is that the country's so peaceful. You know, and the bottom line is that heritage of our ancestors brought there. They brought that idea of liberty and freedom to this country, and that's what people love about the country. You know, a friendly, peaceful country. You know, just as it's something that we definitely have to tap into and embrace. You know.
Yes, brother Kala. Appreciate you bringing the energy, brother, and that's what we talk about, family. You know, we're reaching and connecting with you to join us on these incredible journeys, you know, across Liberia, and that's what we had to do. This take you somewhere that's incredible. So what I'm gonna do is just give you a nice view of the overview. So these are some of these places that you have on here is places that we have talked about on the video, and just gave you a visual. So you're gonna definitely have that tropical energy of it. Then you have a list of different things. City tour of capital Monrovia. So we'll be driving around different historical parts of the country, and the tour guide is gonna just break a lot of things down, and then we're gonna have discussions and things like that. So that's 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 the history part of the tour energy. Capitol Hill, University of Liberia. We're gonna make our way around these popular parts, and so the next video I have is for Joseph Jenkins Robert Monument, the first president of Liberia. So that's a nice video that I have with Hester Baker. And then on to Providence Island. I'm not sure how much we talked about Providence Island. We did talk about it, but I don't think we have a video for Providence Island. But Kyle, if you do find one, one, let me know, and I'll put it to the playlist, because just trying to have eventually videos of all these different places that we even when we're doing presentations, we have them, we can break them down. And so this is also all a part of the 1822 settlement, and Kala talk about that well that he had that one experience. So we're gonna when we get him back there, we're gonna say, Kala, this is your first experience drinking from the well.
I can't lie like that. First experience video on camera, man. I gave the cameraman freaking one job, man. The guy holding one job, man. He had me drinking the water, man. He didn't get it, I don't know what happened.
Carla, we got these bootleg people doing our operation, man. That's why I tell you that now we're gonna work with our sister Winnie, and we're just gonna, budget for a nice crew to just work with us, because, the thing I feel is when you're making these moves, the key thing you just mentioned, you never have a first time. You only get one shot. The good thing about when I do journeys over, you just get different angles, different, different presentation, and maybe the same journey with a different energy. So since you're going back again, you get the chance to do it for the first time again. And we'll make sure that we record it and we upload it for you. So that's that experience that we have as far as the history of the country. And I'm not sure, don't know much about Bushrod Island, Freeport of Monrovia. So my good brother Carlos said that the Freeport of Monrovia is really a free port.
Yo, that's Douala. That's the African market, right? I don't know if anything like that is in Africa, but that is Africa, That means people selling when that, you really feel like you're in the motherland when you go to when you're in Freeport, the Freeport, when you're driving by the Freeport, you really feel like you're in Africa. You really feel like you're on the continent. You really feel like you're in Africa. Like I said, the first time I went to Liberia, it was like a week before I went there. I was like, man, I can deal with this, man. I like this. Then we went up to Brewerville. We had to go past Hotel Africa and all that. We had to go through Douala. I was like, my head was like spinning. I was like, God damn, I'm in Africa, And then when you pass Douala, right? And you pass Douala and you go across the St. Paul Bridge, right? It feels like you're going to Georgia. And you look up the different settlements up the St. Paul River. You got Brewerville, you got New Georgia, you got Clay Ashland, you have Crooksville, Carriesburg, White Plains. You have all these places up there, these communities up there in thing. And what gets me is the local people, right, are completely, I don't have to say this in a nice way. They're completely African Americanized, So in other words, basically, you got traditional Boston people where women carry stuff on their head, but the lifestyle and way they do everything, there's no distinction between the Liberians and what you see in the rural South. So it's like the rural South culture, like in America, dominates Liberia, and so it's like it's a breath of fresh air. It's like you see African. The only way you can tell, remind you of Africa, where you say the women carry the children on their backs, right, and they carry stuff on their head. They carry heavy stuff on their head. That's the only thing that reminds you that you're in Africa. And so you're going upriver and you see all these big houses and stuff like that. That old style architecture, Black American Southern architecture, and stuff like that. But you're constantly reminded you're still in Africa. So I loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it.
Yes, Kala, you love it so much you can't get enough of it. But brother, what I've done so far is just gone through some of the nice tropical sites and areas. So what I want to do is get back to the I'm
gonna send you a video of me of us on Providence Island.
Yes. Hopefully the video is a nice video that explains everything, and hopefully it's nice. But while you send that, I'm gonna play this video that we have set up as far as us going through the overview of the website tour information. So what I have is Joseph Jenkins Roberts Monument. So that's the first president of Liberia family, Joseph Jenkins Roberts. So I know people probably like questioning the names and things like that, but I'm sure Kala's gonna break that down. And then we have Providence Island, 1822 settlement for stolen Africans or pan-African repatriates. So that's literally the connection of our ancestors from America to Liberia. So Kala, before I start playing this first one and the second one, I won't play much of this one. Let me know if you want to give an introduction or say anything, because you also did a video right here by this monument.
Right.
We shot.
Tells the whole history of early Liberia. Tells the whole history.
So what I'm gonna do when we shoot the video there, I'm gonna make sure I have a nice wide screen and make sure that I have, make sure that we have good communication from the tour guide. I get him a mic and literally just have someone who can just break it down from the beginning all the way through. I mean, that is impressive, and it's still there. How long has this been monument has been built?
I think that monument was made back in the 60s.
Oh, I understand. It's just a time. All right.
Yeah, so it basically tells a story. There was a huge effort in Liberia, right, to basically mend the two groups of people together, something that was never done before, right? If you look at Liberia's history, right, the fact of the matter is that the people that came from America, indigenous people, had conflict, But when you look at the rest of Africa, you got people still fighting each other. Serious wars going on all over Africa based on religion and ethnicity and everything. Liberia was the peaceful country in the world, and what peaceful country in the world. And that's why when the coup in 1980 happened, the world was shocked. This happened in Liberia. Coups was something that you saw in the Congo, Nigeria, and stuff like this. This is why the coup in Liberia is so remembered. The coup of 1980 in Liberia. How could this happen? Because most of Liberia, it took them by complete surprise. How could a military coup happen in the freest country in Africa? You know, and so now people are saying, and I put on Facebook that say, yeah, this new guy is like Samuel Doe and all these Liberians that used to support the coup. I said, yeah, he did mad about this new coup, this new military leader, young guy in Burkina Faso. I said, man, well, say he could be another Samuel Doe. Why you sit there, Carl? Did you say Samuel Doe was the greatest thing since sliced bread? How you know this guy won't be? Nah, dictators always do it. So in other words, you don't like dictators unless it's your own dictator, you know? You don't like coup unless it's so all Liberia is being vindicated in its history, you know? It's slowly and surely being vindicated by hypocrites and people basically who told lies about this country for generations. And when you look at that bust on the bottom right there, it tells the whole history of Liberia. Then there's other place, a monument, right? It showed the two Africas coming together, the Tubman statue and another statue of indigenous Liberia shaking hands, right? That's right there on Camp Johnson Road, okay, on Camp Johnson Road. And it basically shows like the two Africas uniting, you know, the two histories uniting. So Liberia's history is all about the people coming from America and the people that are already there uniting to try to build a country. That nobody's more Liberian than the other one. And so when you look at that bus on everything, it showed the hardship of the people who landed there, the resistance of the native people, and eventually them shaking hands. Not so much shaking hands, but just reaching the hand out a little bit and say, let's work something out. So that's been the history of Liberia. It's, you know, let's learn to respect each other, learn from each other, and let's build, you know. And I believe that we got a really good chance now because a lot of the people from indigenous background have lived in America, who know Black American history. They feel like they're part of Black America and everything like that. You know, they celebrate Black History Month and everything like that. So they feel part of it. So we have that going for us, right? There's no, oh, we're indigenous. Those people who think like that are so far gone and removed out of Liberia, you know, culture. Yeah, but I sent you a video of Province Island, Ross talking.
As I got you, let me just take a look at this. Yes, not let me see if I can. I don't want my business showing on a recorded video, so I'm trying to download this video so I can play it separate. All right, got it. All right, so I got it, Kala. Let me stop this one. This one is one you have is a little shorter, so let's just play that one first. And perfect. So I got it set. That's Ross on Providence Island.
Some are not willing to acknowledge that Liberia was sabotaged. It was sabotaged. There's no way to explain an uncivil war, right? Having a civil war is one thing. A civil war is based on real civil interests.
Yeah, that was it.
There was nothing civil about that.
A civil war means
In the context and the activities, the actual
you have one side they're trying to gain, like the American civil. The America. It was a chaos. It was chaos.
Anarchy. It was anarchy. Or not. Listen, I said political or not, because a lot of the atrocities, right, that were actually perpetrated had nothing to do with politics. My mother stayed here. She explained things to me. You understand? She saw things happen. She knew people that were victims of things that happened. It had nothing to do with politics. I mean, check out, there was a story, right? No, there was no civil war. It was uncivil. Check out, there was a story. It had nothing to do with civil war. Check out, there's a very important story, right? Devil's work. Check out, there's also, thank you, Ross. There's an important story I heard, right? This guy, you know, American Liberian Congo people could all black people, but for the sake of the story, right? He had, he said he had an adopted brother, right? I don't know what tribe he's from, adopted brother, right? They raised him, right? Had everything, you know, raised him, everything like that, right? They had a nice house. I think it was in Nimba. I think it was in Nimba. They had a nice house, everything like that. He raised, sent him to school, everything like that, right? The war broke out, right? And all of a sudden, anyway, this guy at the time, he came back. He was, I think he was one of the soldiers, right? Soldiers in the army. But anyway, for many years, every time they would leave, the house stayed intact, right? They would come, they leave, they come back, you know? Okay, fighting's going well like that. But this one particular time, right? The house was deliberately burned to the ground, right? And then the guy went back there and said, "Who did this?" He goes, "Well, you know," he like this. He goes, "Can you describe who did this, right?" And he described his stepbrother. The kid the family had taken in as an adopted, right? Yeah. And gave him everything, right? But he resented the family, you know, the whole time. You know, and it goes to the black people. We resent everything. We resent everything that's given to us. You know. Right. The main thing is disconnected from the true origin, which is God. Okay, God don't do work like that. Mm-hmm. God don't encourage work like that. Mm-hmm. And sometimes people go through little, you know, experiences of character development, right? But they don't see the benefit of character development, right? So they end up holding grudges and carrying us at the mouth, right? Giving themselves up to the devil. Right. He say he loves us much, as much. Mm-hmm. So sometimes, whether as an actual biological child or a stepchild, you might be going through some type of test.
Yeah, that's the well right there in Providence Island. That's the well. That's the first well dug.
The only thing I don't get is you're on Providence Island and you guys were supposed to be talking about Providence Island, and then y'all was talking about something else.
I have several videos Ross talking about the Providence Island, right? It was this. I got like 10 videos of him talking about Providence Island. You know, we'll just something else, but that was the one I wanted to show. I wanted to show that was a clear shot of the well. You know, the well. The guy that was supposed to be recording me drinking when I didn't press the record button. It pissed me off. You know, it didn't piss me off. You know, so look, press the button. He didn't press the button so I missed that. So we just to do the drink, you know, and Ross was just telling the story. We was telling the story. But yeah, but Ross, I got like six, 7 videos of him breaking down what Providence Island means, you know, stuff like that. You know, we walked through the whole Providence Island, you know. So Providence Islands, that's where the first island, that well right there was built in 1822. It says 1822 on it, you know. It was big 1822. You know, so the water's still fresh and whatnot. The same water that our ancestors drunk from is right there, you know. That's the first well.
All right, excellent, brother. So that is your experience at Providence Island. Nevertheless, man, when we go there, we're gonna have everything fancy recording and explanation and really deliver it for the people. But appreciate your sharing, and But what was Ross' main point and your main point? You guys
Well,
were talking about civil. You guys were talking about civil unrest. Something in that nature.
See, the thing is, though, you guys said something like you told me one time before, right? The guys, they were nice guys. These guys work with the museum, whatever like that. So I guess that's connected with Private Island. So Ross went there to get the Ross knows everybody. He went there to get the key to unlock the gate so we can get on Private Island. They're the guys that took the Private Island, and all of a sudden he kept saying the freed slaves, and Ross kept correcting him. No, these were Africans that were returning to their homeland. There's a free slave is an oxymoron. They kept saying freed slaves, the freed slaves that built it. And they said, no, these were free black people, you know? Some were enslaved, but free black people who came back and built the country. He said, Ross was telling you got to stop calling them free slaves. They were not slaves, you know? And so the guys like, oh, we never thought of it about like that, you know? So a lot of times, a lot of Africans, they're crass with their speak, It's like, oh, you're a free slave. Dude, don't call me no damn free slave. I'm a African American,
Yeah,
And-
that's one of the most abused words, and people just put it into the wrong context and make it this very offensive. But yeah, that's what we have to do, brother. We have to, we have to learn, we have to teach, and we have to just set the record straight. But definitely want to let people know that. How long did it take you to get from the main part of Monrovia to to Providence Island? And did you get like a welcome celebration to Providence Island?
Providence Island is right off of what's the bridge? Tubman Bridge, right? And Central Monrovia. All you have to do is just we park the car on the one side, right? And we walk on the side of the road, right? And we go down to open the gate, right? And we go down. We walk down the spiral stairs to Providence Island, because the bridge goes right above Providence Island. So you walk down. It's really neat, right? It reminds me of Flushing Meadow Park in New York. It reminds me of Flushing Meadow Park. That's what it reminds me of. If I was in Flushing Meadow Park. Have you ever been to Flushing Meadow Park in Queens?
Yes.
Yeah,
a long time, so I don't remember.
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of, Flushing Meadow Park. And so we went down there and stuff like that. Just spent the afternoon and whatnot, talking about history and stuff like that. He said, "Yeah, this is where they first landed and whatnot." And at first, usually before I went there, I was like, "How all these people crowd on this little island?" Then I realized when I got there, the island's pretty big. It's really big. I was like, "Oh man, it's really big on all sides." And then there's some woods right there and stuff like that. I said, "Okay, I can see how they could build a community there." That's I can see. I said, "Okay, I can see that." They settled on Providence Island and whatnot. They was on that island and everything like that. I was like, okay, I can see, because I thought Providence Island was like, everybody crushed on a little rock or something like that, Then we go there, it's like, oh, okay. And it goes on both sides, of the bridge. So it's actually, Providence Island is actually pretty big. It's a big piece of land. And so that's where they persevered until they was able to get land consignments to move down the coast. So it's you're connecting with history, and like I said, when you read one of the things I learned about people who who tour places. I watched some videos people tour, and they'll read about some mountain, something like that, in a book or something like that, and then it triggers them. I want to go there and visit. I want to go there and visit. Oh, I'm actually on Providence Island. I read so much about this place. I read so much about it. So the more you start talking about places like this and everything like that, the more people are going to want to come to visit, But, there's nobody on a large scale, you can't rely on our people that got a huge platform, like our entertainers and everything. They got their heads so far up America's ass, they can't see straight. That's why America's such in a mess. Imagine if our entertainers and everything were going to Africa like on a regular basis and everything, and we were making movies or the content. Can you imagine us filming in Africa or filming music videos in Africa? People don't want to go there, but that doesn't happen. Or like I said, I wrote a novel. What if somebody else writes a romance novel and whatnot? One of the scenes was a couple spent their honeymoon in Monrovia, Do you know back in the 70s on like the game shows, the Ducor Hotel was featured when there was a black guest on a game show, whatever like that. You're staying at the Ducor 5-star International, Monrovia, Liberia. Black game contestants went there, on television, American television. That's what Liberia reached to. The Ducor was an international continental hotel, one of the best hotels in the world. It's beautiful civilization. And so on, like the white guy was saying, don't let people tell you what Google and everything like that. This is a magnificent country that's going to rebound because the spirit of our ancestors are here, and they're what's guiding us.
Yes, so that's it, family. So there you go, Providence Island. Yes, so on to
I had no idea the place was so big.
Yes, look small on the map, but when you look at all the rest of that land, it got to be a nice chunk of island.
Right, you see that? Something looks small, like Manhattan looks small until you go, oh, look at little Manhattan. You go to Manhattan, you're like, oh shit, you forget you're on an island, right?
So yes, Carla, let's check this one out, and then we just need to just start wrapping it up, family. And yes, family, we've been talking about the Liberia energy and the reconnection energy, and just sharing with you all elements of while we're pushing this energy for Liberia and working to be a part of the future. So you know this sister, brother?
No, I don't. I think what's her name?
Her name is Hester Baker. That's one of Akula's good friend. So I did an interview with her. Also, we did a YouTube live. And she gave some great information about the history and current things going on with tourism. So so that's all. That's been good. And then she's there when we get there. She is one of the people that we can connect with. So that is. But she's here at the monument, and she's just. She did this interview and she sent it to me a while back. It's called Liberia Untold History: Why Barack Obama Was Not the First African American President.
I think I saw a video of her saying that too. I don't know if it's this one, but I did see something why Barack Obama was not the first black president. African American president.
Yes, nice presentation. So. Let me see where this video coming from. This is from Motherland. Yeah, so as you can see, Carla, the energy, the Liberia market and energy is growing, and we don't have any powerhouse like those guys in East Africa, but we're gonna build the grassroots, brother. Little by little, right? You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. Bottom line is this, and I know we're gonna win big because. See the type of people like this sister right here. We have that's very, very important. The type of people that promote Liberia are people of integrity, people that actually love their country, people that believe in their country and everything. It ain't just like some come to Senegal, come to Gambia and whatnot. And you got people there that really don't like their country, whatever like that. They're tribalistic. These Liberians really want to see their country win. They know they got all the ingredients. They believe in their country and everything like that. And so therefore, and they are poised to make this connection with Black America, when any other country in Africa, because you're going to feel like you're at home, that you're a part of something, you're a part of something. Our history doesn't begin and end in America. We have a history of repatriation in Africa that's 200 years old. So we're basically building on what our ancestors started. That's all. We're not brand new in this. When you go to Liberia, they're like, okay, welcome home. That we've been they're like, their attitude is like, we've been expecting you. That's the attitude they're gonna be like. We're gonna expect you. What took you so long? Because many Liberians really think that the natural place for Black America is in Liberia. They really believe that. So the Liberians are going all out their way to make Liberia accommodating to Black America, you know? And honestly, I don't see that with any other country.
Kala, let's rock and roll with the video. Ready, my brother?
I'm ready.
So yes, family, and then it's getting late, so we're gonna have to close out with you. We have to cut back hours and increase production for you. But family, we're looking for you to reach out. This is the number below. We're scrolling across the screen all night long, and the email address. So reach out if you have any interest in anything that we're talking about. Whether you're somebody who's an attorney that want to work with us to share information, educate our people, and get legal services through you, or you just looking to just travel with us, or if you're somebody that's looking just to move to the country or do many different things. But that's the energy we're building, family. A new energy of pan-Africanism towards nationhood, Liberia. So that's why you see me and Kala doing all these shows about Liberia. Trying to, expand it on the map.
First of all, Liberia is the only country on this continent of Africa that has the story that it has. Liberia is the only country on the African continent where the first 10 presidents were all African Americans.
Really?
Yes, you're looking at one of them. That's Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
Okay.
Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
You said first African American president. So you're trying to say Barack Obama was not the first?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
Barack Obama was the 11th.
This is Motherland, and boy, do we have an amazing video for you today. But right before that, I need you guys to smash that like button for the YouTube algorithm. And if you're not subscribed, I need you to pause this video and go and subscribe. Why? Because according to the analytics.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is your boy, aka Mac, Countryman Come to Town. I'm here with Hester Baker, and we are in Monrovia, Liberia. You want to guess where we are? We are at the called Palace. It's a very historical site here in Liberia, and I'll be talking to Miss Hester Baker, and we are going to be having a really interesting conversation. So Hester, before we get into the meat and potatoes of our conversation, if you can just give us a little background about who you are and what you are currently doing here in Liberia.
Okay, so my name is Hester Baker, and I am, of course, from Liberia, but I love to say, if you look at geographically where my family originated, Maryland County, but then the other side of me, those American Liberians that came back, so I'm a mixture of both. Live in Liberia, came back here in 2006, trying to give back. My background is communications, also tourism. So wanting to sort of get into that space and see, what I could do to also help in the transformation of Liberia, post-war Liberia.
Okay.
And so I'm here doing my thing. I love it. I'm currently working with the International Trade Center, which is implementing a tourism development project in Liberia. And our partners are the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, as well as the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So along with the ITC, I'm the National Branding and Marketing Consultant for them, and having a good time. I'm actually enjoying what I'm doing because it gives me a chance to do what I'm doing right now and to really enjoy, Liberia. I get to see everything.
Tourism.
Yes.
How is tourism in Liberia?
Infancy stage.
Early stage.
It's in the early stage. And what's interesting, though, is when we say tourism is in an infancy stage, it's a bit interesting because there was a time in Liberia when Liberia was at the forefront of tourism. All right, but we all know what happened in Liberia. And so we sort of have lost some time in getting started. However, the reason that people came in the first place, they're still here. The beautiful beaches, if you look behind us.
Yeah.
So Liberia is still that tourism opportunity that's now getting into I guess positioning itself to get restarted and to sort of begin positioning itself back in the Africa landscape and to the world.
Okay, so if I'm looking at Ghana, Nigeria, and Liberia, Why would I come visit Liberia? What does Liberia have to offer? Let's just get to the point. Why Liberia?
Why Liberia?
Why? Like why?
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll just give you one little reason why.
Okay.
First of all, Liberia is the only country on this continent of Africa that has the story that it has. Liberia is the only country on the African continent where the first 10 presidents were all African Americans.
Really?
Yes, you're looking at one of them.
And
That's
who-
Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
Okay.
Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
You said first African American president. So you're trying to say Barack Obama was not the first?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
Barack Obama was the 11th. Because Joseph Jenkins Roberts,
Yeah.
when he became president in 1847, prior to him, there were no other African Americans that had held that position. Joseph Jenkins Roberts was not born in Liberia, or he was not born on the continent of Africa.
Okay.
He was born in America and repatriated back to Africa in the early 1800s. Likewise, Stephen Allen Benson, Daniel B. Warner, James Briggs Bain, all the way up to G.W. Gibson. So they were all African Americans. So that history alone is one history that Liberia has that nowhere else in the world, if you look anywhere else in the world, you will not find that history. So just that alone, I mean, standing here, we're sort of standing on a ground that I almost want to say should be sacred, because this is Africa's first, I mean, this is the world's first African American president. I wish Barack Obama could come to this spot and stand here as well.
Okay, so he was the first African American president of Liberia.
Yes.
And like you said, of the world. Right. Okay. So let's dive into the meat and potato of tourism in Liberia. Okay. So I heard what you said, and I learned a very interesting history today about, just Joseph Jenkins Roberts being the first African American president. That's something, I did not know. Wow. Very, very, very interesting fact. So tourism in Liberia. So is the government doing anything to position Liberia, to be, at the forefront of tourism in the next couple of years? What are some of the programs you guys are working on? Because I heard you say you work for different government entities and private entities that are trying to develop the tourism sector.
Okay, so what we're doing right now, year before last November, we began working on a branding and marketing strategy for Liberia.
Okay.
For tourism. So once again, like I said, that is being implemented by the International Trade Center. The funder of that is an organization called the Enhanced Integrated Framework. However, we are working in partnership with the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. And the whole purpose of that is to really begin to lay the foundation for tourism in Liberia. You cannot have tourism, first of all, if you don't have a brand. So the first thing we did was we went through a series of engagements that were held in 2020, November, all the way up until January 2021. We were able to develop a new brand for Liberia. The brand is called Amazing Discoveries.
Amazing Discoveries.
Amazing Discoveries.
Okay.
Along with that, we're able to travel the length and breadth of Liberia. We're able to get an image library for Liberia, which is the second component, because you do need marketing collaterals in order to be able to market a destination.
Okay.
Liberia as a country has many, many destinations. Liberia as a country has a lot of natural resources, for lack of a better word. The natural resources include the rainforest, for example. When you look at Liberia, Liberia has the largest remaining portion of what is known as the Upper Guinea rainforest. Now, the Upper Guinea rainforest is one of the last remaining virgin rainforests in the world.
In the world.
Liberia has 40%.
You mean the whole wide world?
In the whole world.
Okay.
Yes, it's a very
40%.
Endemic forest, because you have a lot of species in that forest that are rare and endemic to Liberia. So you have, for example, we all have heard about species such as the hippo, the pygmy hippo.
Yes.
That is endemic to Liberia. But then you also have other species that might not be as big as the pygmy hippo, but there are, like, for example, you have in Nimba, the Nimba otter shrew. You also have the pygmy elephants. You have the giant white, what they call the African giant swallowtail, which is a butterfly.
The butterfly, yeah.
The largest in Africa. So Liberia's rainforest is one. Then you also have many beautiful waterfalls. If you go to Barpaloo, you have about 3 or 4 waterfalls in Bapulu. If you go to Bunk County, you have 2 amazing waterfalls, Patawis, Seyuga waterfalls. You go into Nimba, you have waterfalls in Nimba. You go
Wow.
into Sino, you have waterfalls. So Liberia is a country with a lot of beautiful waterfalls. You also have mountains. Liberia has the Gola National Forest, which
Yes.
is a mountain that we share with Sierra Leone. In Nimba, we also have the East Nimba Nature Reserve, which has become a dedicated nature reserve spot. On the other side of that mountain, Guinea has been able to have their portion of the Nimba Mountain become a UNESCO heritage site. So, of course, let's not forget about our beaches. We have 360 miles of unbroken coastline. So
Untapped?
untapped,
Wow.
unbroken.
That's impressive.
Straight along the coast. You
Okay.
don't have anywhere in between where it breaks. So we have a lot of beautiful natural sites that can already be used for adventure tourism. So if you have travelers that are saying, look, I don't care about the electricity, I don't care about the water, give me my camp, my tent. I want to go into the forest, I want to go into the mountains, I want to go into the, some of these waterfall sites. It's ready. It's ready. And then we also have culture and we have history. Our culture is very unique in that it's a confluence of both the African American and the indigenous culture. That's unique in itself. And this is the only country in Africa where you find that confluence. Then we also have our own culture, as our indigenous culture, which is also beautiful, and it varies from county to county. Then our history, the only place in Africa, we're the oldest country on the continent. And then the history of how we became and what the role we played in Africa's Renaissance, is another story. So Liberia is a tiny little country, but it's a wealthy country when it comes to tourism.
And rich in history.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a wealth of information, y'all. That's a lot of information. So I'm hoping you're taking this all in. So follow-up question. So what would you recommend for a backpacker that wants to come to Liberia? First thing, first destination, first place.
East Nimba Nature Reserve.
Why is that?
Oh my God, I was there about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It is a beautiful mountain. And it's a place where you have in the morning, it's misty. It's that mist that comes up from the mountain.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
You have this staircase mountain, so it looks like steps coming down. You have the Blue Lake that's in the middle of the mountain. You have
awesome.
Yes. So you can, camp out by the Blue Lake. And what's interesting about the Blue Lake, if you take like a rock or something and you throw it, it boomerangs.
Wow.
So it's quite interesting, the Blue Lake. Then you also have in that mountain, we have the Bat Cave, so you can actually go through and into a cave and nothing but bats.
If you like bats.
if you're not afraid of bats.
Yeah.
And I did walk in there, and it's interesting because they don't bother you.
Okay.
Yes, Carlo. A whole lot of beautiful sites in Liberia waiting for us. So, family, those are some of the sites. Sister Hester Baker talk about some of them, and the last thing that we had up was just the website overview, which you went. We basically talk about almost all of the main things that we're doing. Yes, sir, Carla. What do you think about some of the sites that she's talking about?
Beautiful. Nimba. She talked about Nimba. She talked about that mist. I guess you got that in Ghana too, right? That mist, that early morning mist. That you feel like it's like therapeutic.
Yeah, when you're up in the mountains, definitely.
And so you definitely, like I said, when she was talking about the history, Black America, and the problem with us in Black America is that we don't really, Black African Americans never embrace their history. Most Black people can't, like this guy, I guess he's obviously African American, right? He didn't know Joseph Jacobs Robbins was the president. I mean, how do you not know that? That should be.
Most people don't know these things, so that's why you have. That's why you have tour sites, historical sites, and that's why we're sharing information to educate our people. I mean, because simple things that it's a lot of things we don't know.
And another thing is this has another thing that's a problem, right? Black people always talk about we want liberation, blah, 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 blah. You want this. They talk about this, right? But when you look at Liberia, Liberia was everything black people said they wanted. They want freedom. They want a nation of their own, a national, everything like this. But that came at a price. That means that there's laws. You're going to have to be subject to laws, right? You have to understand you have a government, right? You have to obey the laws, and you have to get in when you fit in. You have to like this. Some black people think that laws and rules and everything only apply when dealing with white people. That's what RJ was talking about. Why would they? No. You would not go to no white man and tell them what you just said. So what? The white man will make sure that he's going to sue you. He's going to come out. He's going to come after you, and they know not to cross white people. Somebody asked me today about Umar Johnson's. I'm gonna get back to what I was talking about. I'm not going to go through it. Asked about Umar Johnson. Talk about he had to get a white crew to do his HVAC, right? I said. Because the bottom line is he knows the black people, he probably want to lowball them, think they're going to do it for free. So he had to come out of his ass and pay those white guys. White guys said, this is the price and that's it. He ain't going to haggle with them. So basically what I'm saying is when you have a culture like Liberia, when I study Liberian history, right, they understood how to be responsible citizens. Their outlook on the world was a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right? When I see black people applauding all the rioting going on in France, that's right. Why are they tearing up the fucking country? Or when people are rioting, yeah, man, fight the power, whatnot. Well, like a Liberian, right, that says this is my country, right? That's unacceptable. We have laws. You're gonna come here, you're gonna obey our laws. Black people in America have this thing. Well, I want to fight the power. I'm gonna rise up when this like that, fight the law. But when you have a country where you are the law, you are the man, how do you like that? So a lot of times black people don't know how to act when they go to a situation where they see the people in power look like them. How do we act? How do we like this? Am I supposed to obey? Or I'm going to get a pass? No, you go to Tanzania. Guess what? The law says you got 90 days or you get the hell out. Or you get arrested for overstaying your visa. That's the law. Or when they come to a country, and when I said you have to be a citizen to own land or stuff like that, that's the law.
Yes, absolutely. But I'm sure many of them get caught up into that situation. So make sure we have to make sure people clear on all the laws and everything. But it's we're getting closer to that closeout time. But what I want to say is that on the schedule we did show videos and talk about Sunset Beach, Robert Sport. We did even talk about Nimba County also. But you mentioned about Sophia Rock Beach.
Yeah.
That's somewhere you stayed at. Okay, so that's in the same location.
That's in Congo Town, right off of.
So that's more in town, more in the city.
Right in the middle of right past St. Croix, right in Congo Town. It's right there. And my friend Sanea runs that place. Sanea Masakoi, she runs that place. And stuff like that. Her and Paul. They run that place. So Sophia Rock Beach is just a nice place to. Let's say you want to go there in the afternoon, sit there. They have beach parties, stuff like that. Usually they have people host weddings. I had my on the other side of Sophia Rock Beach is where I had my engagement party, On the other side, two sides, they all both set up with sound system, everything. That's just a party on the beach, That's just a party on the beach. Both sides are party on the beach, for beach parties and stuff, So there's plenty of stuff to do in Liberia, Liberians party so much, man. I said, man, I can't even party like this all the time. Every night there's something to do. And then all throughout Liberia, there's all these makeshift clubs with outside sound systems. You drive down, you see streets, there's like 4 or 5 clubs on the block. Outdoor parties and whatnot. They're all over the place. All over the place. People coming and whatnot, It's like, Liberians love the party, They love the party happening. There's so many, you're going to see so many parties going on all the time, You know, a city never sleeps. So it's it's a really exciting place, you know.
Just brother Sophia Rock Beach. So as I find videos of places like that, I'll add that, and then we know.
I got videos from 2 years ago, Sophia Rock Beach. What I'll do is I'll send them to you when I locate them.
Yeah, I
You
was
know,
just trying to put it on this playlist of you notice I played a bunch of videos. They're all from this one playlist that I created. This showing the history, culture, showing tour sites and places of interest. I added on there. I was just trying to find one just like right now, and just seeing if I see one. But that's again that's back to what I was saying. It's not enough stuff titled, but for Liberia, tourism and place of interest or destination. So when we go there, other people go there, shoot some videos and upload them and share them with the rest of us, and we'll do the same also, and we just make it more, more interesting when people look for videos. But nevertheless, the rest of the information below we talked about. So I'm gonna switch from here. And let me see what else I got up here. So family, here's the flyer. This is our journey of a lifetime right there in Liberia. So March 29, April 9, 2024. And we spent the last few hours talking about all the incredible parts of Liberia and showing you all the different and various people who who have made wonderful videos, and Kala shares experience. So looking forward to meeting, connecting, and looking forward to more people joining us so we can just enjoy this journey of a lifetime and build greater bonds as we build a future.
Like the sister was saying, this is like a real history, and Black people in America got to start taking some pride in their history. This is definitely a history. Like, how many people didn't know, never knew about Tulsa or Black Wall Street? Don't know anything. Most people never heard of it. How is we so disconnected from our history? I don't understand that. We're not like other people. Other people know the history. They're like this or not. We have to get away from white people, to tell you the truth, right? Black people have in their mind, they think that if they stop talking about race and this like that, they'll all go away. No, your strength is knowing who you are and being proud of who you are. Then you can withstand racism. Not trying to convince white people, well, that's not good behavior. We're all one family. Well, get the fuck out of here with that shit,
Yeah, and brother, this keep it dumb, trying to get us to just be smooth without any extra vulgar language as we just look at the.
Oh yeah. Excuse me.
But what I do want to say this is flyer information, and anyone, as usual, details are around. So do reach out to us. But it's been a few hours. We had 4.5 hours, so it's about that time where we have to just close out, so we can all get ready for the morning business operation. But if you have anything that you want to close out with, as far as in reference of people visiting Liberia and being open to this journey, let me know beyond.
Yes. Yes, I want to say that in light of everything that's going on in the Pan-African world, whatever like that, I think Black people need to look at your own well-being and freedom, right? And the bottom line is this: if you do not feel a peace about a place, or if you have to second guess and all stuff like this, or you have to go to a place and ignore certain things, everything, that's not the place for you. You basically, when you go to pick a country in Africa, you should feel at home, period. You should feel a part of the country, a connection, period. If you don't feel like that, If you're still talking about on the line talking about I was in Ghana, but the white people were better and all stuff like this, or like this, then maybe that country's not for you. And I'm saying right, try something else. You know, Black people in America have tried everybody else. Look, let me say something else. I'm gonna tell you something else, and people are not gonna like this when I say this, right? The Ghanaians, that's not their responsibility to make you feel at home. A Ghanaian is going to put a Ghanaian first, whatever that means. Ghanaian, whatever that means. A Nigerian is going to worry about Nigerian first. I looked at all these kings of Nigeria and stuff like that. The politics in the country, you could never move up. My friend John Cashman was there for 35 years. Nothing accomplished, right? When you go to these countries in Africa, the political structure, the social structure, you are always going to be an outsider. You need to have a place where you have a voice, and the Constitution and everything had you in mind when it was written. The country had you in mind when it was established. And so therefore, also, I believe that you'll be happier in a country that you have a history in. Now, you're never going to feel in all these other countries as you do in Liberia, like the sister was saying on the last video. You're never going to feel that in these other countries. Because why? You're not a stranger. It's like you're connecting with a part of your history that was already there. And also the Pan-African history in Liberia is directly from the Black African American experience. The OAU was conceived in Liberia. You know, the African Liberation Movement, the African Independence Movement, modern Africa, modern governments and everything was conceived in Liberia. And there's always been a connection. Liberia's always been the connecting point between the diaspora and the rest of Africa. We have to let that. We can't just go jump into the rest of the continent, right? Feet first. That's what making a mistake. That's why I know like people like Dr. Campbell, they're in Ghana, but they can't get shit done. The Ghanaians thinking about Ghana and whatever, they're not thinking about your Pan-African zeal and stuff like that. They don't care. The Gambians don't care. The Senegalese don't care. The Nigerians definitely don't care. But here's a country that basically will embrace you, will have the idea of a black man, you know, black man, black woman, a black identity, African identity, black African identity, you know, and something that you could build with. I want people to start thinking about that, you know, going forward. We should not have to go to a country and bow to some sheikh or some imam or some chief or whatever, some king, whatever like that. That's not for us. We need a place of liberty. Liberia was founded because we didn't want to bow to kings anymore. We bowed to the white man, but we want a land where we didn't have to bow to kings. The only person we bow to is Almighty God. And we need a culture that respects that. We can't go backwards and be retrograde. Oh, I'm a chief. I'm a this. I'm that. Well, that's going backwards, folks. And that's why people are running into all these problems. Let me tell you something. Another thing. People only become a chief or king because they have personal gain to gain something to gain from it, and you won't get anything out of it. If somebody calls you a chief or a king, somebody can run from like with your rattlesnake. You know, they're setting you up in a backwards situation which they benefit and you're on the bottom. We need a place where we are free. We have liberty. Yeah, which we call there's a Liberian Museum. Yeah, the Liberian Museum on Camp Johnson Road. They have all the whole history of Liberia in the museum. The Liberian Museum used to be was built by J.J. Roberts, used to be the presidential executive mansion. Now it's a museum. You know, so yes, they have a museum in there where you can study the history. What Liberia does need is more public libraries and stuff like that. I would love to see that. More public libraries and stuff like that. So I would love to see our black colleges and stuff like that partner and give us purpose again, you know? I'm sick and tired of black people thinking, oh, we're gonna get reparations. Look, black people in America got enough money and everything like that. We gotta stop acting like we're a bunch of paupers, broke and destitute and everything like that, and say something. What do you want out of life? You know, what do you want? You know, the Jews, they love the state of Israel. They have something they believe in. What do you believe in? What do you love? What are you going to vote around? It's a shame that Liberia gets very little U.S. aid, but the state of Israel will get like $10 billion. Why? Because of the Jewish lobby in America. We, Black America, generate trillions of dollars for the American economy. How come we can't get that same money pumped in Africa? What are we voting for? This is the point I'm going to try to make with Liberia, is the fact that America owes Liberia, you know? And so we could work together and say, you want our vote and whatnot, you know? Hey, you know, I think the United States should give Liberia part of the reparations and everything, like the redevelopment of Africa. Liberia should be the recipient, easy recipient of $10 billion of U.S. aid a year, minimum. And we all became on that, united on that cause right there, we could do something. So we have to believe in something. You know, and I'm going to say this again, right? Ghana, love Nigeria, but they got their own people. Liberia needs us. That's what we could do for Africa. Help build Liberia. So this has been the journey to the promised land. I hope people got something out of this, and I hope people, somebody say, yeah, I learned a lot. I hope this is very educational tonight. And people want to go on this trip with us, this tour next with us, tour investment tour next with us, let us know. If we make Liberia our home away from home in Africa, we don't have to worry about the Akons and the RJ Mahdi's and all these other people. We don't have to do that. We have a place.
Absolutely, brother. And then let people know where they can get the book from. And
you get the book on Amazon. You know, Amazon. It's $19.95 on Amazon. You know, cheap. You can order it and everything like that. It's a good read. And that strongly recommend it. You know. I wrote this book for just this purpose, to promote Liberia. You know, we're using Liberian history to promote Liberia and build that connection. Well, yeah, I know they understand that, but the thing is, though, how's that really working out for them? They go to countries and people are like, who are you? Who are you? Yeah, I know it's 1823, but these black people still like this. People go anywhere. Yeah, I don't have nothing problem with go. Yeah. But if you want that peace, what black people see, I would believe that if I see black people going to Africa and just say, okay, I'm in Cameroon, I don't care, I'm just living my life, wherever like that. But they're all like you, like this Africa. None of these people are happy. I've yet to see anybody on YouTube living in Africa that's doing well and that's actually really happy. Because the people that's happy in Africa are not on YouTube. And they always try to convince others like, oh yeah, it's great. But they're not making it, you know, or support my Patreon, support my YouTube channel, support this, whatnot. So you can finance that lifestyle in Africa. If you go to a country and you're not getting stuff done and everything, if you can go to any country in Africa and say, look, I just want to live in Africa, and like you can live like you can go back to a traditional village like Go Black was showing you, live for a dollar. But you know for a fact of the matter is, black people will never, from America, will never go to Africa and live as the underclass or live as a disadvantaged group. It'll never happen. And so the reality of going to a country where you have no political connections and no no status and everything like that, you know that people aren't rocking with that. So yeah, they go everywhere in Africa, right? But after a while, that American smell wears off you, and you end up being destitute and everything like that in Africa. The worst thing you could do in Africa for an African American or somebody that lived overseas is come back to Africa and fail because you look down upon. They're like, yo, you made it out of Africa. You come from the West, everything. So you're back in Africa and you're on the streets hustling. That is the worst thing you could be in Africa. And somebody failed in America and Europe and coming back. And why do you think people don't want to ever go back to Africa? They're terrified. I saw this one video where this Nigerian brother was fighting deportation in the UK. This dude was throwing hands like, you ain't sending me back. You saw that video, Bomani, where the dude busted,
absolutely.
busted out of the windows of the bus. They ain't going back. Why? Because they spent all that time in Germany. You can't come back to Africa empty-handed.
Yes, absolutely, brother. And it is about that time. Time is not on our side. So, family, once again, that's our information right there. Order the book Journey to the Promised Land and use that as a preparation to join us on the Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour and build your knowledge of Liberia. And you can just always view the videos on the playlist that we've created. Most of it is Kala, Genesis, and then several other people talking about Liberia and their experience and the history and the culture. So, that's one thing we build our foundation on, scholarly knowledge and information, so you're really prepared. So I feel like we've gotten that covered. So now we're looking for more and more people to join us on this journey, so we can have a nice, strong impact. Yes, my brother Kala, always good. I'm gonna close us out with some closeout music.
All right, thanks, Bomani. Thanks for having me.
Yes, Kala, always great, brother. So we'll keep in touch, and then
somebody, let me ask this question. Yes, in Liberia, you have a lot of stuff that was destroyed during the war, but you have a J.J. Robert monument there. You have the first the museum was actually J.J. Roberts' executive mansion, a nice building still there. It's a nice brick building, one that was built in the 1840s and everything. You got Providence Baptist Church. You have a lot of artifacts, historical stuff that still stands after all this test of time.
Excellent.
Yeah, there's a J.J. Roberts. The museum is J.J. Roberts, but that was his first house, executive mansion. And also he built the original Monrovia College, which is still there.
So that's what we're going to do, family. We're going to be doing all those things on our historical city tour around Monrovia. So that's just a part of the list of all these things that we have ready for you in a journey of a lifetime. Yes, my brother Kala. I'm ready for some of that fine dining also in Liberia.
Oh yeah, food's fantastic.
Yes, absolutely. So yes, brother, it's always good, man. Sons of Africa. Unless you have anything final to.
No, I'm good. Good night, folks. Thanks for joining us and whatnot. Share this, share, and subscribe. Share this video around and whatnot, and look to join us next year. This is a revolution. We're taking command of the ship, the Pan-African ship, everybody's trying to steer this off course. We're getting this thing right back off course. And I do believe Liberia is going to be the Pan-African launch place and everything like that. Then Ghana and then all these other countries and everything will fall right in line. But Liberia is going to be
people may say you have a bold vision, brother, man. A bold vision.
Yeah. Because I don't see it working anyplace else. I see many people in Ghana and everything like that. They're all like this, but they have no connection with the government. They can't move the needle one bit. All they do is, those Black Americans. And the Ghanaians like, oh, yeah, you're here. They only want your money. They ain't interested in your Pan-African thing. Liberia is a country that when you look at it, because of low, small population and everything like that, and so many Liberians live in America and everything, it's right for African Americans to connect with the rest of the continent. From Liberia, we could build institutions that connect us with the rest of the continent. So it's a perfect place to host a Pan-African movement, you know? So we don't have to be scanned by the Akons of the world and all these other people and everything like that. We have a place of our own. No, Akon, I think we're good, you know?
Yes, my brother, that's a funny one, man. The guy name is Akon.
Akon, a con man, you know? We don't have to have no con man and stuff like that, you know? It's supposed to be a Muslim, he's a sheikh. You know, a guy going out whoring with white women and everything like that. Have white people on his, no black people on his investment team and everything like that. Nobody tells you. Like I said, let me say this before I close. Nobody, no one ever said, okay, where are the black contractors at? How are we going to benefit from Akon City? No, that's not even a conversation. You know, so who owns Akon City? Who's going to build it? Who benefits from it? It sure the hell won't be us. But we're the suckers that's supposed to go there and live in Akon City and have no political power, no social power. Or some Akon City. It's never going to happen. It's not going to happen, folks. You know?
Yes, brother. Absolutely, man. So, Cutler, enjoy the music of Sons of Africa.
Okay.
Sound from Melanie Ganji, Sons of Africa.